Yo! Hello, yo! How's y'all doing? It's Friday! Which means dating sims. So this is one of my earlier follower goals. Also, hello Kaito! Yes, dating sim! It's Otome Fridays! Which I haven't done in a while. Who are we dating? I don't know! I haven't played the game yet. Hold on. Let's fuck around with... So... Hold on. I should probably open up Steam. Store page. Okay, so... According to this... page on Steam for this game. So basically it goes like this. For the story. You live in a small peaceful village. Every day is the same as any other. Boring. Right when you wish for something exciting to happen, strange things start to occur, stemming from the nearby forest. If that isn't enough, locals have begun disappearing. At the same time, you meet four mysterious guys. Will you discover the truth before becoming their next target? And there is no official order for any of the routes, because as it says in the Steam page on the About This Game, because it says each route is a puzzle piece of the whole, although some routes are more connected than others. And the publisher suggests starting off with Zeikun or Sachiro as an introduction to the story, and Kudato and Junoru are more plot-heavy routes. There's 16 endings! But I'm probably only going to go with like one ending for this playthrough. Because usually when it comes to like Otome Fridays, yeah, 16. Each route has 4 endings, and there are 4 routes based on each character. So yeah, and they even have suggested route orders for the routes, and it says to reach all 16 endings to unlock bonus content. Well, what? Huh? Anyway, I'm going to take a sippy of my water. And then, let's start. I'm going to do sketty, because that's what I call myself. Prologue! I should have gone home earlier. My shoes are getting soaked. Oh, I know that feeling. And for me, because I often wear slip-ons, and I have for like years, they will get stinky afterwards. I remember one time when I was like at a camp for a Girl Scout thing, the weather was so bad. Get new shoes! And this was back in like 2018, by the way, so I was like early teens. But basically, I was sharing a tent with my best friend. And I left my shoes out of the tent when I went to bed. But it ended up raining all night and all day. So my shoes were soaked. And not only that, they ended up stinky bad and afterwards, so I had to get a new pair of shoes. Also, this was around the time I had braces, and one of the brackets literally, he fell off my tooth. It was like moving around the wire. It didn't fall completely off because it was connected to the wire and the rubber bands. I had to go to the orthodontist to get that fixed. But maybe the protagonist is wearing leather shoes, because I was wearing fabric shoes. Everything is so boring these days that I keep losing track of time. Staying at home does not help, so I often go out. The library is one of my favorite places to visit because it has so much for me to discover. Even then, there is a limit to what I can do there. Always something interesting would happen in this village every once in a while. Anything that could kill my boredom. Famous last words. I often pass by this mansion during the day, but this time it catches my attention. I wonder when was the last time anyone visited this place? No other house in the village looks as lonely as this one does. Ah yes, it is covered in vines. How very ominous. From afar, it looks grand. If I had to guess, it was probably built over 2 centuries ago. Ancient ass house. By American standards. For Europeans, this is probably like more normal. Of like an age for a house. The atmosphere changes as soon as I approach the house. The whole building is surrounded by a veil of thin mist. All the plants in the garden have been taken over by the weeds. Beyond the trees, I notice an empty fountain with a fairy statue in the middle. Its expression makes the environment even more depressing. Oh god. No matter how you look at it, this place has an incredibly mysterious aura. There is something new to discover with each gaze around the premise. Some of the windows are broken, and the door is locked with heavy chains. My feet start to get cold, drawing my attention to my wet socks! Okay, I'll have to come back another time if I want to explore. Who dat? Who dat? Also, imagining wet socks feels so uncomfortable. Yeah. It feels uncomfortable for me, and I don't even wear socks on a regular basis. It's already gone. It's as if nothing ever happened. Nothing else happens. Even though that was strange, I'm more curious than freaked out. Anyway, I don't want to stay in the rain any longer than necessary. Go home! Oh, this is different. Ah, yes. School. My mind is clouded by thoughts of the mansion. Class starts soon. The first hour is history. My least favorite? The darkness doesn't like history! As a former history hyperfixator, this is disappointing for me. It does not take long for me to doze off. Seriously. I'll just take a short nap until class is over. It is not, in fact, going to be a short nap. But of course! When I finally opened my eyes, school has already ended. I slept through all of my classes. How sleep deprived are you? How are you that sleep deprived? What the hell? I should be reprimanded for it, but my teacher, Mr. Blanchett, does not usually mind. He gives me special treatment because he knows I live alone and there is no one for him to rat me out to. What? Literally you today? Kaito! What? I mean, I do sometimes, like, when I wake up, I end up going back to bed and sleeping the entire day, but to be fair, I'm not a morning person, and some of my appointments are, like, early in the morning. Kaito doesn't get much sleep lately. Oh dear. Yeah. I'm definitely no longer a morning person. Perhaps I should not do that too often. My classmates look at me with resentful glares. I noticed assignments laying on my desk. History and chemistry. Mr. Blanchett gave us more homework than usual. It can't get any more boring than doing the same assignments over and over again. It seems like the other students have already gone home. My friends didn't even bother to wake me up. Oh God. I will get back at them for this! Yeah, now I feel too lazy to get up. Once I'm ready, I start to head home. Even though I am walking on the main road, no one is around. It's unusually quiet today. After what Ryoji told me, I'm feeling especially on edge. My footsteps echo in the silence of the empty street, and I hear another set of footsteps. I glance back, relaxing when I see it is only a boy from my school. I look up at the cloudless sky and yawn. Even though I haven't done anything today, I feel so exhausted I want to jump back to bed. Take a few turns. Might be a coincidence, but the boy behind me seems to be following me. I've been walking very slowly this entire time, so he should have passed me by now. Should test him? There's an easy trick to find out if someone is following you or not. If I turn 3 times clockwise or counterclockwise at the forks of the road, I will walk in a circle. If the other person does that too, that means they have no destination. I enter a small alley. I take a turn. I turn once more. And again! Now if he is still following me, I'll know it's not just a coincidence. Right on cue, I hear the boy's footsteps behind me. Yep, still following. Do they compensate with sleeping in the morning? Yeah, I almost always sleep in the morning. Like, if it's like 9 in the morning, I'm probably asleep. I speed up trying to get him off my heels by taking more turns. All of a sudden, my arm is grabbed. I abruptly stop and turn around. It seems that my stalker has caught up with me. Oh, he's just the first year. Hello, we don't know each other, but we go to the same school, and I just wanted to ask you something. Oh God. What is it? Well, let me go. What? Bro! You're an idiot. Look at this idiot. You don't just ask out someone that you barely know. No, sir, I do not. So, I know a lot of my viewers are like dudes, and because, you know, this VTuber shenanigan-inery, but word of advice, if you barely know someone, do not ask them out, and do not follow them, and then grab them, and then ask them out. That is a surefire way to get rejected. And possibly punched. Or get pepper sprayed. Or stabbed. It's a surefire way to possibly get stabbed. No! They're at a standstill. Is that what you wanted to fucking ask me? The boy looks at you and scratches his head, obviously flustered. I have never seen him before. This confession is too sudden. Exactly. I have taken a lot of courage for him to confess, but I do not appreciate his creepy stalkerish approach to things. Exactly. You really had me freaked out. You should have waited somewhere instead of following me around. I could have punched you when you grabbed me. Don't do that. Now, to be honest with you, I'm not interested in dating a freshman. He looks so young. Oh, God. You weren't stalking, but you got it wrong. Alright, maybe you should memorize the uniforms for each class. Everybody do here, hee hee. First time I saw you, you immediately fell for me. Oh, God. Why are you trying to double down? Bro! Bro! Why are you trying to double down on asking someone out when they already said no? That is how you get punched. I roll my eyes at his cheesy lines. So impatient too. My answer is still no. Now let me go. Please. This is why you get rejected every time. Yep. Well, it keeps holding on to me even when I try to pull myself free. Frustrated, I violently tug my arm away. This guy's attitude is really creeping me out. All the more reason to refuse him. He doesn't seem to know what to give up. What a brat! Sorry, I forget what I said. Give me another chance. Let's start out as friends and get to know each other better. Ah, yes! Not even half an hour into the game! And harassment! The boy grabs my other arm and pulls me closer. He's getting more forceful as he tries to keep our conversation going. Without warning, I knee him in the stomach. Should have gone for the dick. He ups and doubles over, finally letting me go. Yeah! Ow, ow, don't make me repeat myself. I'm sorry, please give me another chance. You lost your chances, you dipshit. Is he a masochist? He just towards me again, but I step aside and grab his arm first. Skillfully, I seize his other arm and fold them both behind his back. When I speak again, my voice is stern. Try that again, and you won't live to regret it. I never expected a small girl like you to be so strong. I mean, yes, ma'am! If you understand, then go! With a sigh, I release the boy and watch as he runs away. I hear him mumble something inaudible before he disappears down another street. The first years are always so troublesome. He called me a small girl even though he was small himself. People like him will always stay persistent unless I'm clear with them. Exactly. Maybe I should report him to the administration? Well, I probably roughed him up enough to teach him a lesson. Once I get home, I go to my room. I put my bag on the desk and drop down onto my bed. As usual, the silence of my house is so heavy I can feel it making my shoulders sag. I live alone because my parents work overseas. They're usually busy, but they still call me whenever they can. It's not like I miss them, but it's boring to always be alone. I used to have so many hobbies, but as soon as I grew up, they started to feel pointless. At some point, they all became repetitive. I do not want to spend my life in an endless cycle in the same routine. Yeah, that is not really good for the psyche. As if I'm not doing that right now! For the time being, I will just stay as I am. This village has always been quiet. Aside from the same holidays every year, there is not much going on. I wish something exciting would happen. Famous last words. Actually, perhaps I can make my own excitement. I could try something new. Unless my fate has already been decided for me. If I could, I would rewrite this boring village. I think I forgot something. There was something I wanted to do. Ah, that mysterious mansion. Too sleepy right now, though. So eepy. My eyelids feel heavy, and before I knew it, I'm fast asleep. Even more congestion! Ugh. This is why I use so many fucking tissues. It's because of my fucking congestion. Skitty, skitty. What is it, Ikuya? Did you get into a fight with another student yesterday? Why do you ask? There's a rumor that you roughed up a freshman yesterday for no reason. Hello, Funford. How are you? That brat. Should have reported him. Of course, I'm on your side. I don't believe you would do such a thing. Yay, a part of it is actually true, but to be fair, he was stalking me and being very forceful. So I simply defended myself. You fell asleep! Oh dear! Oh! Is this one of the characters in one of the routes? Our haired boy walks towards us. His name is Ryoji. Like Ikuya. I met him in primary school. Skelly, there's a difference between self-defense and assault. You doubt Mr. Class President to put the effort, understand? Also, why the hell is one of his arms bandaged? Look at that. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I can probably, like... Let me, I'm doing quite well. It's Friday. And we're playing a new game. To be fair, this is the second game I started this week, other than Cuisinier. You're awake again! Kaito, do you ever think you might have narcolepsy? Guess I think you might have narcolepsy. Or like some other condition. Oh god, you hope not. Well, you might need to do a sleep study. You really do remind me of a wild rose. Huh? 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 Weird noises from the aside. What does he mean? Is this some kind of metaphor that my autistic mind is too autistic to understand? If I grew roots in this place, I'd die of boredom. Ooh, this reminds me of that time from 2 years ago. You know, when you beat up those sea deers? Hey? Huh? Hey? Huh? Hey? Huh? Huh? I've been making so many weird noises. At this point, I don't think it's even vocal stimming anymore. It's just me making confused and autistic noises. It wasn't like I wanted to do it, besides I only got involved because they started hazing all of the freshmen. Justified! It's not my fault that I couldn't hold back. Try to be nicer to your fellow students. Leo! Bro! It was harassment that was happening. Fine, I'll do my best. You should care more about your reputation. Fuck that. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to make friends now that the rumor is going around? I don't have... Both of you to assume I have friends. That's half a joke. I never really talked to people when I was in middle and high school. I didn't intend to make friends with the freshmen anyway. You always seem so bored meeting new people or falling in love will make your life more exciting. No comment? Shortly afterwards, we begin to prepare for our trip to the forest. Our history teacher will be our guide. He supposedly wants to show the class a monument we learned about in class. Claiming his pictures and books are nothing compared to the real thing. I mean, the books never really prepare you for how fucking big the Statue of Liberty is. And I actually went to see it in person. To be fair, the main reason I was even there in the first place was because my dad wanted to go to Ellis Island because that's where some of my family immigrated from. Where they went when they immigrated to the United States and then moved to Wisconsin. But yeah. The monument we will be visiting is only a 15-minute walk from our school. 15 minutes, eh? Me, with my chronic pain, I can easily, make that into half an hour. With, frequent breaks to, just sit down because My legs are about to give out. Chronic pain? It is not fun! Also, I may or may not have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, so, let's just say, walking for long distances is a pain. Also, hot tip from me, try to avoid wearing compression socks at a convention. You're not gonna have a good time. Take it from me. Just wear normal socks or like thick socks. Or just go sockless. But make sure your shoes have a comfortable sole, or you can just buy like inserts that are, you know, extra padding. And I repeat, I'm going to bring my mic closer for this. Fuck, I dropped my stream deck. I'm just gonna, like that. And I repeat, do not wear compression socks during the whole day of a convention. It's going to suck. You're going to experience a lot of pain. I did that nearly a year ago, and I regret it deeply. Anyway, back to the game. Yukiya is clearly not looking forward to this trip. She has been holding my hand tightly the whole time. Everyone, don't stray from the path. You don't want to get lost here. I have dyspraxia. I'm gonna get lost. Make sure not to disturb the wildlife either. Guess this field trip turned out to be even more educational than I expected. I've never seen this place before. Well, not recently. I got lost during a class picnic once when I was in primary school. This looks different from what I remember. Yoji, have you heard about the demon in the forest? Huh? Huh? Eh? Huh? Eh? Yeah, everyone in my neighborhood is talking about it. Apparently the rumors started after some tourists went missing on a trip there. Do you think they're true? I don't know. I've never seen a demon before. Don't they only exist in legends? They could have been pursued by a bear. And I'm not referring to like the gay kind. Like the Shakespeare exit pursued by bear kind. Saying there is the truth behind every legend. This village has many tales, but I doubt they're all true. If it's true, then I hope our little demon friend doesn't eat people. Even if it does, it wouldn't eat you. You taste too bad! Ah, yes. Banter. Friendship. That's friendship over there. Banter! Yukiya punches Leoji! He deserved it, though. But ow! I was just kidding! Yukiya giggles at his reaction. Also, look at the Pinoy. This cute little Pinoy. Born by Pinoy. Do y'all know how loud baby bunnies are? One got stuck in under one of the cabinets. It's on the ground in my kitchen. And my dad had to literally pry the thing that covers the little gap so that we could catch the bunny. And it was so loud. It was screaming. It was making its complaints well known to us. We walked to the end of the road and let it hit free. Why is the school taking us to a forest where a man-eating demon freely roams around anyway? The teachers don't believe in the rumors. They think it's just a media stunt, and I know this because my dad told me. I guess we'll have to see what happens. There's one thing I would like to warn you about. Wow, wait. The music changed. It's not public information yet, but recently a few villagers went missing in the middle of the night. Oh, the plot's plotting! The plot is plotting! The plot is plotting! Plotting! No trace of them has been found. It's as if they just vanished. Maybe there is a nearby cave. It's very common for, like, if there's, like, mysterious disappearances, they're more likely to happen if there are, like, nearby caves than if, you know, if there are no caves. Oh my goodness! For real? I sure won't be walking around alone again. If we're headed in the same direction, I can walk you home. You could also ask your brother to pick you up. My brother? No, not him. Ah, yes. A fellow gal who doesn't really like her brother. Why? He's from the elite class. He stands out too much. Oh. Well, if all eyes are on you, no one is going to make a move. But being picked up like a kindergartner? Sorry, but anyway, even though this news hasn't been officially released yet, you two should be more careful. I mean, probably the being picked up like a kindergartner thing is probably more like a thing in like other places, but where I'm from in the United States, especially in like elementary school and middle school and sometimes like the first half of high school, if you do not take the public bus, I mean not public bus, the school bus to school, and you are not within walking distance of the school either, usually you are dropped off and picked up by, you know, a parent. Or probably an older sibling who has a driver's license and a car. Once, you know, you reach the latter half of high school, when you, you know, get your driver's license and a car, you can usually drive yourself. In fact, there's a reason why my high schools tend to have pretty big parking lots in the United States. That's because a lot of students drive cars. I don't want my friends to get hurt. I'll be fine. Yeah, oop, indeed. But to be fair, what I just mentioned is probably more of an American thing. I, of course, never been outside of my own country. So I have no idea if it's any different outside of the US. I know that in some places you can just use public transportation to get to and from places, or they're in like walking distance, or you like live in a walkable place. Some other countries do the same. Yeah. Sometimes some do taxis and Ubers and such. Yeah. That makes sense. Also, the paper that I've been writing all of my schedules for since like last year, I'm on the final paper. So now I have to find a notepad that I can use for my schedules. And for anyone wondering why I write them on paper, it's easier for me to like figure out ideas. You know? So that means I'm gonna have to throw this away, because there's going to be no more paper, just the cardboard backing and a bit of glue that was keeping the papers together. I mean, I do have a lot of like stationery, like in terms of like notepads and stuff. But anyway, let's go back to the game. Anyway, should we ask Mr. Blanchett about the demon rumor? Don't mention that, you're ruining the mood! Let me ask him. He eavesdropped on the OG's conversation. Excuse me, Mr. Blanchett, do you know anything about the demon rumors? Oh, Leo G. Well, the teacher looks at his side and scratches the top of his head. You don't believe in them, do you? Not in the slightest. This forest is home to many different species of animals. Some silly people probably mistook one of them for a demon. Yeah, that makes sense. Besides, there is no proof of their existence. The legends about this forest were just stories made up to scare little children. What about the missing tourists? Would you call their disappearances a coincidence? I don't think they disappeared. It is very easy to get lost in the forest without a map or guide. That's probably what happened to them. A rescue team will find them soon. Just stay with the group and you won't have anything to worry about. I see. What did Mr. Blanchett say? He believes it's all made up. You don't believe a thing about this demon, but still the rumors have piqued my curiosity. There's at least a grain of truth to every story. Something must have caused the villagers to feel restless. Hey, what do you guys think about doing a little expedition of our own? Huh? Are you an idiot? That sounds interesting. Don't encourage him! But those missing tourists, what if we get lost too? Don't worry, I have a map and we can always signal for help with the torch. And you could always do one very simple thing. Tie a ribbon, like every few steps or so, around the trees where you're going. Or like use like something fluorescent that doesn't require battery power to like signal the route that you took. Really? You'll set the forest on fire with that? Why would you even have one of those? This isn't the Middle Ages. Just kidding, I've got a phone with me. Can you even get a signal out there? Mr. Blanchett will. Don't worry, Ikuya. I'm sure everything will go smoothly. If anything does happen, you can blame it on me. Sure, but that doesn't guarantee our safety. Stop overthinking it. What are the chances of anything bad happening? Lioji. Those are famous last words. It will be just like a walk in the park. The worst thing that could happen to us is getting lost. Or happening upon a bear. Of course that'd be the worst. Don't tell me you were planning for it to happen. Nah, it just occurred to me I haven't been in the forest. It's been a while. This place looked worse in my memories. This place looks too nice for a demon to live in. While we are here, we can look for the missing tourists. Well, I'm up for it. Come with us, Ikuya. I think it'll be fun! Bad decision time! Bad decisions that move the plot! Let me drink my fucking water. Ugh. Everyone gather together and let's go. The students line up in small groups. The teacher makes sure everyone is present before moving on. When do we sneak out? Right now? Let's head to the back of the line. He won't be able to see us there. He's the class president. What? A few minutes later, we end up at the fork in the path. Look, a crossroad. Which path should we take? According to the map, the right path goes farther into the forest, while the left one leads to a waterfall. Let's go to the waterfall. I don't think there's anything of interest among more trees anyway. Excitedly, OG skips ahead! After a few minutes of walking, we reach the waterfall. Ooh, lily pads. A large shimmering lake ringed by lily pads rests at the bottom of it. The cliff face of the waterfall also has a path of rocks lined along it, providing easy access to the other side of the water. The water is so clear I can see the bottom. Whoa, it's huge! The water looks so sparkly, I want to jump right in. Don't! Do you even have a swimsuit? You will get excited over simple things, don't you? There might be dangerous animals or bacteria in the water. If you jump into it, you'll probably be eaten alive. Right, the flesh-eating amoebas. The brain-eating amoebas. Boo, you always ruin my fun. The OG chuckles at her reaction. I take a closer look at the lake. I can hear the sounds of birds singing, but there does not seem to be any other animals around. These rocks could serve as perfect seats. Skelly, come over here. I'm going to explore for a bit. I'll be back soon. We'll be waiting here. Don't go too far. No, don't worry. I skip over to the right side of the waterfall, trying to see what might be behind the stream of water. To my surprise, there seems to be a hidden cave! I knew it! Mysterious disappearances usually come with caves. From the corner of my eye, I notice a shadow moving in the bushes. It moves so fast that my eyes cannot make out what it is. It does not help that I was not paying attention. Also, whatever it is, I'm pretty sure it just went into the cave. I look towards the entrance and notice another path of rocks leading inside. Curiosity gets the best of me, compelling me to take a look. I carefully make my way across the rocks. After I manage to get behind the waterfall, I peer around the cave. I can't see anything in the darkness. The sound of falling water echoes around me. I wish I had my phone with me so I could use it as a flashlight. What could be back there? I know I saw something head in a moment ago, but I can't see anything. Was it just my imagination? I try to shout, but the sound of crashing water overpowers my voice. As I walk deeper into the cave, I try again. Hello? Is anyone there? I call it a third time, but I can only hear the echo of my voice. I hear footsteps behind me. Surprised, I turn around. Humst! Who is there? I can tell from the person's build that he is a man, but due to the darkness, I cannot make out his facial features. Who are you? I shout again, this time louder. Who are you? Stop yelling, I'm not deaf. The man starts walking towards me, surprised by his movements. I step back. I slip on the wet, uneven surface and fall flat on the ground on my ass. Ugh, ouch. And man reaches out to you, and you are surprised by the man's, and I'm surprised by the man's kindness. Light suddenly filters through the waterfall, and I can finally see his face. Look at him. Are you hurt? No, I'm okay. I take his hand and pull myself up. He gazes at me with his narrow violet eyes, but I am more drawn to the long crimson hair he has tied into a loose braid. Holy shit! His hair literally, it doesn't even end in the screen. How long is his hair? Also, I don't think this is a violet color. More like a pastel color. The man's delicate facial features contrast with his muscular torso and wide shoulders, and the scars. The fact that the braid is no narrow also means. What does it mean, Crow? If he embraces it, only like 30% of his hair is long. The rest is short. Yeah, like a jellyfish haircut. That, or he just has really thin hair. So it'll be weird as fuck. Well, he has broken broom hair. Broken broom hair. He's wearing odd traditional clothing, in particular the collar around his neck raises a lot of questions. Why is there a chain? I have never encountered anyone like him in the village. You're disturbing my peace with your shouting? That was so blunt and rude! You didn't answer me. I'm guessing you're one of the tourists. Tourists? Can't you see I'm a student? How did you discover this cave? Are you lost? No, I wanted to. Follow the path outside and never come back. This is private property! Wait, who are you and what are you doing here? How did you know about the tourists and... Don't ask so many questions at once. Don't just cut me off. Answer me. Never mind that. Go back to your group already. But... The man roughly grabs me by the wrist and pulls me back to the cave entrance. Hey! Stay away from this place. Man effortlessly pushes me out of the cave. Turn around to complain, but he's already gone. He disappeared as mysteriously as he appeared. What a rude guy. It's not like he owns the cave or anything. This reminds me of how I treated that first-year kid. At least I gave him a chance to explain. This person was just... If no one is allowed to go in there, then what about the crimson-haired man? He seems to know about the tourists, too. After letting out a heavy sigh, I hop back to the rocks to Ryoji and Ikuya. Hey, back already? Did you find anything interesting? Nope. Met a weird guy, but he doesn't seem worth mentioning to either of them. Maybe demons don't live here after all. Jeez, Ikuya, have you given up already? Of course the demon won't show itself so easily. We should keep looking around. Nuh-uh. I'm tired. Let's go back to the group before Mr. Blanchett notices we're gone. Did Mr. Blanchett ever talk about this forest during history class? I can't remember. That's because you're always asleep during history class. That's not true. I do pay attention. Sometimes. My friends chuckle. It has been a long day. My feet hurt from all the walking. My knees would too. I'm still curious about what secrets the forest has. That crimson-haired guy in particular bothers me. He wasn't dressed like a tour guide. Not that I've heard about any tours of the forest. Digging into it makes me more confused. Perhaps I should stop here. Like I said, it is none of my business. There's no use fighting over it. Even as one mystery fades, however, another one opens. The abandoned house from yesterday pops in my mind. Right, that. I did plan on going there again. It does not seem to be raining right now. I glanced at the time. It reads 8 p.m. It is already dark outside. My feet still hurt, but the house isn't that far. I grabbed my jacket once I decide to go. The streets are completely empty, making the village seem like it has been abandoned. Everyone must be home from work or school. A few minutes later, I reached the old house. It looks exactly like last time. Even though it did not rain today, it is still surrounded by that eerie mist. The previous owner must have been very rich to afford the construction of this mansion, especially with all its fine details. Sorry, whenever I talk a lot, I often also experience a lot of congestion. I've been like spitting out my mucus into a tissue. It shouldn't be a problem if I look around. The house looks larger and older now that I'm close. I expected a big change to the locking the doors. They're not old and rusty like I expected. It seems they were put on recently. Perhaps the residence has a new owner. Suddenly, I hear a sigh from behind me. I quickly turn around to locate the source of the sound. There is someone standing on the edge of the fountain. He blended so well with the dream mist that I had not noticed when I first entered. Oh God. I slowly approach the man. Of course, I notice he looks near my age. He's most likely from the same school as me, but I've never seen him before. His uniform design is not one I recognize. Perhaps he is part of the elite class, like Ikuya's brother. Each student wears a elite student wears a custom designed uniform, making it difficult to be certain they even attend our school. To complement their unique uniforms, the elite class all has special rules, but I never bothered looking into them. Its members hardly appear at school, so only a few of us have ever seen their faces. Needless to say, there are many rumors about that class. According to Ikuya, you have to have very high grades to qualify, but there might be more to it than that. Many students envy their status. Hello? The guy flinches and looks at me, startled. Look at him. He's just a guy. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Oh, I do not mind. My apologies for not noticing you earlier. May I sit here? Be my guest. Could he be the shadow I saw yesterday? Do you come here often? It sounds like a cheesy pickup line, but I don't know what else to say. Do you come here often, baby girl? I do. This place has an interesting atmosphere. Silence. He looks away from me, the warm copper of his gaze thoughtful. Something about him feels off. I'm not sure, but is he sad? I can't really read his expression. What about you? Well, I can tell him that I saw something strange here the other night and came to investigate. I'd sound weird. Yeah, he would. Wait, he has the same tie as Ryoji. Probably from the same school. I never noticed how interesting this place was before, so I thought I'd come take a closer look. At this hour? I like going for walks at night. Heh, likewise. The man's expression clears up and he smiles. Would you like to go for a walk with me then? Sure. I thought that someone would offer to go to a walk. With the person they just met, he seems friendly and polite, though. Just a guy. He's just a guy. He stands up and we follow a path through the garden. Unlike the rest of the garden, this path is not covered with weeds. The ground is even and well trod. As we walk, he points out the statues hidden away by unusual shrubs and flowers I have not seen before. He does it so naturally. It is as if he owns the place. Moonlight and starry sky illuminate the view, which makes it even more beautiful. I never expected to find beauty in an abandoned place like this. The man smiles mysteriously at my comment. You seem to know a lot about this mansion. I would be happy to answer any questions you have. Do you know who put the chains on the doors? Just silence. His eyes swivel away from mine again. The man hesitates to speak. I seem to have found my answer. I do not know about it. I guess he doesn't want to say. He looks flustered. Maybe I shouldn't push any further right now. It's getting late. I should go home. Have a good night. As I head back to the front yard, I realize that I have not asked for the man's name. I turn back and try to find him, but he's already gone. He disappears. Let's save for now. The weekend finally arrives. In the morning, I make myself breakfast and sit on the couch. While chewing on some toast, I open the newspaper. I do not have any real leads for the disappearances yet, but I have to catch up with the news. But the news is full of the usual advertisements, but now it actually has decent news articles. I browse through, hoping to find something interesting. My eyes stop at a page with numerous sketches. Reports of missing persons are increasing. In just a few days, it has reached a point where the police can no longer suppress the public outcry. I study their profiles and try to find a commonality, but there is none. Age, gender, appearance, occupation, address. No, nothing adds up. It's going nowhere. I recognize some of these people, but I don't think they knew each other. And again, if it was that easy, the cops would have solved the cases already. I doubt people disappear without a trace. They must have gone into hiding or were kidnapped. Thought of someone I know suddenly disappearing is scary. These crimes or whatever they are have to stop at some point. How long can this go on? I flip a page and find an article about an attempted homicide. A local reported that she heard a distress scream late at night. According to her, the attacker ran off when she reached the scene. She also stated that she managed to take a picture. When she noticed the victim was still alive, she called the emergency services and waited for the ambulance to arrive. Witness: I can't believe someone did such an inhumane thing. This is unforgivable. Further details on this case are below. Attached to the article is a blurry photo the witness took of the suspect with her cell phone. Nothing about their appearance is distinguishable. It will be difficult to identify them. The description says the victim had been missing for a week before the incident took place. I put the newspaper aside and take a sip of my tea. News really spreads quickly into this village, no matter how grisly it is. Rumors pop up just as quickly. I would not be surprised if people are already talking about who the attacker might be. While distasteful, those same rumors have become trails that lead back to the criminals, allowing the crimes to be resolved just as quickly. I want to help track down these people, but I'm not sure I'd make a difference. For now, I should keep an eye out for anything suspicious. I ultimately eat the rest of my breakfast. The festive break. I should take a walk to clear my mind. Going to the park sounds like a good idea. I look up at the bright blue sky. Gentle winds below the fluffy clouds about. As I walk down the road, an advertisement on the building catches my attention. Wanted exorcists. Exorcists? Do ghosts even exist? Announcement. Recently there have been sightings of ghosts within the village. We are looking for exorcists to deal with them. Seriously? I don't think anything remotely supernatural has happened here, and now people are supposedly seeing apparitions? Signs of ghosts? Sure. The park is practically empty despite being the middle of the afternoon. There's only one other person, a boy, on the entire block. He seems to have noticed me too, but I do not pay further attention to him. I sit on a nearby bench and close my eyes, enjoying the silence. Good things are happening in this village. It's interesting but a bit concerning too. Of course it would be. People are going missing! I hope Ryoji and Ikuya will be safe. This is my day off. I didn't come here to find new things to worry about. But of course. The wind blows gently on my cheek while I enjoy the warm sunlight on my skin. I clear my mind of all the thoughts and focus on my breathing. They say this technique helps to relieve stress. A moment later, a figure blocks the sunlight. I open my eyes and notice a silver-haired boy standing in front of me. Excuse me, miss? Yes? Can you tell me where the haunted house is? What? Huh? Huh? Haunted house? I've never heard of one around here. I'm sure it's supposed to be nearby, but I can't find it. I recall the advertisement from earlier. Only exorcists or horror junkies would actively seek haunted houses. He looks too young to get a job, but the alternative seems more unlikely given his innocent demeanor. Or he's just baby-faced. Why are you searching for it? Are you an exorcist? The boy looks confused, blinking innocently. No, do exorcists normally live around here? I don't know, but I just saw an advertisement looking for applications. The boy purses his lips, his expression flustered. Is something wrong? I must find the haunted house. Before I can say anything, the boy runs away. He also had that bandage on his arm. I wonder what that was about. I pull a booklet from my pocket and start to read. It's a romance novel that I borrowed from Ikuya. Even though this genre is not my cup of tea, she insisted that I would enjoy it. I expected it to be something cheesy from the start, but so far nothing romantic has happened. Slow burn! Story feels more like a slice of life piece. Perhaps that's why Ikuya recommended it. Yeah, very likely. Indeed I will. Indeed I will. Suddenly the sky becomes cloudy, but is it going to rain again already? Time to go home then. As I'm leaving the park, I notice the boy from earlier lying on the ground, his face against the dirt. Did he collapse? Quickly, I go to him and kneel down. Hey, are you okay? Silence. What happened? I don't have much time? What do you mean? The boy passes out before he can reply. Hospital! Hey, don't pass out here! What should I do? I panic as I look around, but nobody else is in the park. I have no way of placing an emergency call. Thankfully, he does not look that bad. I have no choice. I can't leave him here when it's about to rain. The clouds become darker with every passing minute. When I look up, I feel cold raindrops on my face. I manage to carry the boy to a dry spot under a tree before the rain starts pouring. I'm surprised by how easy it is. He weighs less than you would assume by looking at him. Is he just skin and bone? Why did he faint? Does he have some sort of illness? Was he sleep deprived? Maybe I should take him to a hospital? Well, it'll have to wait until after the rain stops. I don't want to risk him getting any sicker. Rain creates a curtain around the tree. A few drops sneak in between the leaves and land on us. What an unlucky day. I bowed my head to look at the boy. Aw, he has such an adorable baby face. How old could he be? I bet he's way younger than me. His hair looks so soft. I want to touch it. Just then the boy slowly opens his eyes. Are you okay? The boy mumbles something before closing his eyes again. Hey! Worried, I gently shake his shoulder to wake him up. He immediately opens his eyes and crawls away from me. So sorry, I thought, oh, it's you. Right. Rubbing the back of his neck, he looks away embarrassed. He's an odd one, but it's kind of cute. It's okay, do you feel better? Yes, I'm fine. The boy fixes his scarf and patches on his hair. He beams reassuringly at me. The boy looks up at the gray sky, surprised by what he sees. It's raining. I could have sworn it was sunny earlier. The downpour started right after you passed out. Oh, right. Thanks for taking care of me. He turns towards me and gives me a warm smile. Let's wait here until it stops raining. Are you really okay? I got worried when I saw you on the ground. I thought something happened to you. Oh, it's not a big deal. I'm just a little tired. It's nothing to worry about. But you passed out. Passing out from exhaustion is very serious. We should get you to a doctor. No, I feel a lot better now. He shakes his head and wildly waves around his arms as if to prove that he's okay. I raise a brow. I suspect he's afraid of doctors, even though I cannot force him to go anywhere. What's your name? Sachiro. Nice to meet you, Sachiro. You can call me Sketty. You mentioned a haunted house before. Can you tell me more about it? It's just a regular place, but people say it's haunted for some reason. Wouldn't you normally try to stay away from a place like that? It's just, I've lost something important there. Which means you've been there before. Yeah, but I don't remember much. Amnesiac! Can you tell me what you've lost? Just something important to me. Sachiro. Yes? Before you passed out, you said something like, I don't have much time. What did you mean? I did? Yeah. Sachiro scratches his head. I just need to find my something quickly. Hee. I see. We sit by the side and watch the rain. I glance over at the boy. I do not know what happened, but he looks less pale than before. He seems to be enjoying the sight before us. Before long, the weather clears up and the rain slowly stops. I hope you can take care of yourself. I'm going home. I will. Perhaps I can help you look for the haunted house later. That'd be really nice of you. I come here a lot if you ever want to meet up. Okay, maybe I'll see you later then. See you. I'll look at the pile of books on my desk. There is still plenty of homework to do, and whether I like it or not, I have to finish it. This is getting difficult. Perhaps I should pay attention in Mr. Blanchard's classes! The last few days have been hectic with all the strangers I have run into, but I'm glad I made a new friend. Ugh. How can I work like this? I try to focus on the textbook, but my mind keeps wandering. Man by the old house, the guy in the cave, and the odd statue from the park. Even though I only spoke with them for a short time, they have piqued my curiosity. Yeah, I give up. I went to find out what is going on in the village. I wonder what Ryoji's up to. Maybe I should call him. I dial his number, but the call goes to his voicemail. Guess he is still busy with his after-school activities. I could call Ikuya and tell her what happened, but it will only get her worked up, so I brush the idea aside. I throw myself onto my bed and close my eyes. This feels a lot better. A moment later, I hear a knocking on my window! Annoyed, I get up and check the source of the noise. I find myself being waved at! There's a hand in the window! I'm taking a screenshot. Oh my god. What in the shenaniganery? What the heck? What the tuna? What in the world? What in the world? What in the heckin' heck? Whoa! Let me in! Yes, let me in! Let me in! Who the hell are you and what are you doing up here? Hurry! Get down first! Just let me in! What's wrong with this guy? He scaled up my house! Seriously, how can a stranger expect me to let him into my room through the window? He must be the worst burglar ever. I'm not stupid enough to fall for such an obvious trap. I ignore him and lay back down on my bed. It is common sense not to let strangers in your house. The knocking stops after a moment. It seems he has finally given up. Silently, I go back to my bed. I can't help but worry about what happened to the guy cleaning to the side of my house. Maybe I should check on him and get a ladder or something. I lean outside of my living room window and look up. Strange, I can see the window of my room, but there's no one outside. I shrug and turn back, going to my room. I'm shocked by the sight of a man laying on my bed! Oh my! What? 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 What in the... What? How? Why are you in my house? My God! Why are you in my house? How? You? What? How did you get in here? Are you a burglar? I'll call the police. I frantically search for my phone. Within a second, the man has me by the wrist and pins me against the wall. Wait, it's a misunderstanding? Then why did you comment on me? Whoa! I spit. Fuck words! Words are hard. I desperately squirm around, trying to break his hold on me. The stranger lowers his head to look me in the eyes. Calm down. Let me explain. Let me go, you creep, as if I'm going to listen to anything you say. I prepare to kick him, but he resists me and backs away. Way better than that first guy that had literally tried to grab us several times. Way better. Way more mindful. Way more demure. How did you get into my house? There was an open window in another room. I have to be more careful. But of course. Can I stay here? His sudden request makes me speechless. What? That came out of nowhere. Are you joking? I'm serious. His expression changes instantly, earnest and almost somber. I have never met anyone who switches mood so quickly. No way! I don't even know you, and you attacked me! Maybe not, but I know you. And anyway, I wasn't trying to hurt you. He sighs and shakes his head. I don't remember meeting this guy. Wait, could it be? No, never mind. Get out of my room, you creepy stalker! I've been demoted to stalker now? Either way, you're perfect! A burglar, a stalker, and a pervert. That really stings, you know? I grab the closest thing to me, a book, and hurl it at him. Get out of here! Go away! Wait, I wasn't finished! Get out now! He dodges my next projectile before slinking towards the window. Hey, calm down. No need to get aggressive. First you broke into my house, and then you assaulted me. Now you ask me if you can stay here. My answer is obvious. There's nothing wrong with asking, right? What the? The man lets out a heavy sigh. Fine, if you don't want me to stay then. He gives me a side glance before jumping out the window. Oh my lord! I didn't say you had to jump out! I rushed to the window only to find the weirdo smirking at me from the ground. Aw, you do care about me! You jerk! Don't you dare to come here again! Who knows what the future holds? Well, see ya later! My eyes followed the figure as he walked towards the street and out of sight. I'm relieved that he did not steal anything, though my heart is still racing from shock. It's the first time I've met such an oddball. These days are getting weirder and weirder. He didn't seem all that dangerous, though. He left easily enough, too. Wait a second, something's off. Why go through such lengths to ask me if he could stay here? I know it's easy to climb to the landing, but this is just odd. I wonder what his intentions were. I shake my head and sigh. More questions bubble up as I think. Calm down, Skelly. You shouldn't dwell on this. Hold on. My lips are really dry. I'm going to apply some chapstick. There we go. The weekend passes quickly and I'm back at school on Monday. My mind is filled with flashbacks from the past few days. I'm a suspicious forest dweller, a mysterious gentleman, and a frail younger boy. Not to mention that weirdo who snuck into my house. I can't help but find such odd, suspicious people interesting. Boo! Ah, Ikuya! I called out to you a few times, silly. Were you asleep? Sorry I didn't hear you. I should try to stay awake during class. But the lectures are boring and Mr. Blanchett is so repetitive. Oh, really? He explained some useful things this time. Like what? Nope, you should have been listening. Anyway, do you have any plans for the day? Well, I'm thinking about scoping out a mansion. Ooh, tell me more. You know the road to the library? Of course, what about it? There's a creepy old mansion in that neighborhood. It never struck me before, but do you think it's strange that it's been abandoned for so long? Nobody thought of revamping or demolishing it even when it's empty? That's a good point. I've heard a few rumors about the place before, but I haven't looked at them much. It was only because of that shadow that I saw that really had me intrigued. That old mansion is part of the many legends of this village. I know that it used to belong to the Kenriji family. I don't think anyone owns it right now. I could have sworn I heard something else during history class. Hehe, suddenly interested in history, huh? I probably shouldn't involve Ikuya in this further. I know she hates haunted places, and given the atmosphere, she wouldn't enjoy it very much. Did you hear about the murder the teachers keep gossiping about? Oh. Huh? 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 I say suspect is likely someone who moved into the village not long ago. They didn't say why, though. I think they're wrong, though. Everyone always uses the new residents as scapegoats. Don't you think that's too unfair? Ryoji. I don't think so. It narrows down the list of possible suspects. Hi, Ryoji. Makes sense because no one knows the newcomers very well. They're naturally the most suspicious for now. We are a small community, so it's easy to tell when and why things change. You can't see what lies below the surface. Ryoji's method does narrow down possible suspects, but I don't agree with using new residents as scapegoats. I'm helping my dad with this case. He asked me to collect a list of people who moved into the village within the last 6 months. If anyone comes to mind, let me know. It would really help us out. I don't really agree with your method, but I'll let you know if I think of anyone. Thanks for the help. Skelly, you can stay over at my place while they're investigating. You live alone, right? You should seriously think about it. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for the offer, though. Ooh, transition. Oh, an opening. A song! Cookies! Okay. Hoops! Huh? What? Okay, let's save again. Prologue again. Day 7. I stare at the ceiling while lying on the couch. I think about what Ikea and Ryoji said earlier. Someone not from this village? Just in the past few days, I've met 4 faces I've never seen before. Any of them could have moved here at the same time and those disappearances started. It's possible that one of them is involved. Against my better judgment, I can't help but want to investigate them further on my own. The excitement is overwhelming. Why am I experiencing cramps? Alright, chat. So now I have to figure this out. Who do I investigate first? So in terms of suspiciousness, the guy in the forest and the person who broke into the room are the most suspicious. And the gentleman at the old house and the small boy from the park are the least. This guy is probably the least suspicious. That's the least worrying one. Hello, Kid Chaos. How are you? On this fine Friday. I hope you're doing well. I just need to make a decision in the game. Great. You? I'm doing quite well. My dad is going to upgrade my PC later tonight. Probably like while I'm asleep though. So I probably need to like unplug everything from my PC in like several hours. My dad is going to put a new motherboard and processor into my PC along with a new power supply that is 100 watts stronger. But yeah. Actually, I have both of them in my room right now. I can probably go get them out. So, the motherboard is from Adoris. It's the B550 Adoris Elite AXV2. And it's an AMD Ryzen one. And it has overclocking support and NVMe SSD. You ready? So An upgrade is always good, yeah. I mean, like, back in like August, I did upgrade my PC from my previous ITX build to a you know, a larger PC. And now, given that, you know, I do a lot of streaming and stuff, and a lot of the hardware that I use requires USBs, my motherboard, which is made for an ITX, which was made for the ITX, you know, tower that I had before, it doesn't have a lot of USBs. So, yeah. But the one that my dad bought me, which he literally bought me while he went to like visit my brother or something. Actually, it was when he had to pick up my brother around the time my grandma died and we had to go to her funeral. So, and the reason why is because there's a micro center in the town my brother's university is in. So, it has two USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type A and one USB 3.2 Gen 1 with USB Type C and 5 USB 3.2 Gen 1 plus 6 USB 2.0. So it has a lot of USBs. And it has DDR4 memory, QFlash Plus, and Gigabyte App Center. And now, my power supply is pretty hefty. It's a Super Flower Combat Head Series. And it is 850 watts. And I like to mention that my current power supply, my dad literally removed from my ITX PC and just put it into my full-size PC. And I'm not joking, he literally removed the power supply from my previous tower and just put it into my current one. Unfortunately, we couldn't find like a panel that, you know, could, you know, bridge the gap in between that, you know, the power supply leaves. I can literally fit my fingers in it, in the gap. But, yeah. And the power supply is ATX 3.1 certified, PCIe 5.1 ready, and 200% power excursion. I have no idea what any of that means. I might have to ask my dad because he does the PC building stuff. So, it has an FDB fan and a full modular cabling design. It's about 2.7 kilograms in terms of weight. And it has 12 voltage output with a single rail design. It supports Intel and AMD multi-core CPUs. AC input full range 100 volts to 150 VAC. Active PFC. Frequency 47 to 63 Hertz. Fan is a 120 millimeter ultrasonic FDB fan. And passed the 40 degrees Celsius high temperature test. And it's 140 by 150 and 86 millimeters. And it has complete Japanese capacitors, but I don't know what that means. I'll probably take a picture of, what they look like and then upload them to my Discord server. Or before my dad puts them in. And while I'm asleep. So now we have to figure out who we should investigate first. Which means I can probably do a wheel. Something along those lines, maybe. But I'm not fully sure. So hold on. There's a fucking mosquito. Get away. It was on my wall. I was about to squish it, but I wasn't fast enough. It's probably bit me already. I'm probably gonna wait until it goes back to the wall, and then I'll try and smash it with my shoe. But yeah. So now we need to figure out who we should investigate first. This probably determines the routes that we can go. So there is the odd guy in the forest, which we encountered in a cave behind a waterfall. He had a bunch of scars that I wonder about, and also red hair. And then there's the gentleman at the old house, which is likely one of the elite students from the protagonist's school. Then there's the person that broke into our house. You have mosquito problems too. You killed 6 of them last night. Oh God. I mean, at least it's starting to get colder, so hopefully those problems won't be as apparent. Hopefully. And then there's the boy from the park who literally passed out. So I think I'm going to make myself a wheel. Wheel of names. Okay. And hold on. I think there is a wheel whole thing that... Yeah, there is a spin wheel. Fuck, okay, forest guy. Horse guy. Mansion guy. And now I need to actually, no. I'm actually going to move that. Because I have the wheel of names up. So I'm going to spin that. Okay, the wheel says mansion guy, but I kind of just made this so I could like properly make a decision, and I went to do the park guy, because I'm worried. Can't be. And to the forest we go. Oh, a new chapter. Which means this is probably a good place to do an intermission. Since we've been going for like almost 2 hours. We can probably like do the second chapter today, and then I'll probably like end stream. Why did I even make the wheel? Well, it's because sometimes it's like if you really aren't sure like what decision you make, you force yourself to make one, and then you realize, hey, this sucks and I don't really want to do this one. And so you end up deciding to go with the decision that you actually wanted to make. Last time I saw the crimson-haired man, he was in that cave. I might have a chance to meet him again if I head over there. I followed the path to the point where it splits in two. Lioji told me that one road leads to the waterfall, and the other goes farther into the forest. The right side, I think. You took the wrong path! Dang it. From the corner of my eye, I noticed a shadow flitting through the bushes. I thought of returning, but the trail is actually a loop that leads around the monument in the forest as well as the waterfall. Interesting. Speaking of luck, even though I took a detour, I searched the lake's edge, but there is no sign of the crimson-haired man. Even the rocks that made a path towards the cave are gone. I can see the cave, but how do I get in there now? The rocky face of the waterfall gives me an idea. The cave itself is not that far from the side of the lake. I can climb. I carefully bounce my foot on a rock and then reach up to steady myself on a crack in the stone. Rock climbing. I have always done well during PE. Now all that rope climbing will finally pay off! Climbing across is easy until I almost reach the cave. My arms start to strain and I almost lose my grip. They say for climbing rocks you should use your legs more than your arms, which I have not been doing. I might have overestimated myself. As I lean over to search for another handhold, the rock under my foot suddenly crumbles. Huh? My heart skips as my fingers lose their grip, my body lurching downward. Before I know it, I am falling into the lake. Cold water jabs into my skin like icy needles. I try to swim to the surface, but my numb arms and legs are no match for the current. It pushes me deeper into the lake. This is no good! I'm going to drown! I can barely see a thing. My lungs burn for air as everything goes black. When my consciousness returns, there is solid ground under me. Rather than the sensation of floating, I slowly open my eyes. Judging from the rocky ceiling, I am in a cave. I sit up abruptly, surprised by my surroundings. How did I get here? As I look around, my chest starts to ache. I start coughing. I remember falling into the lake and almost drowning. Someone must have saved me and carried me here. The mossy walls of the place are not like the dripping darkness of the cave behind the waterfall. And speaking of dripping, I noticed that my clothes are completely soaked. Ugh, I'm a total mess. It's going to take a while to dry off. You're finally awake. Hey you, you're finally awake. Random Skyrim reference. I know that voice. It's the crimson-haired guy from yesterday. As I turn my head to look, he places his hand on my shoulder. Are you okay? I stare at him in confusion but nod. Why are you so stubborn? I told you not to come back. You haven't explained. My sentence is cut off midway and I start coughing again. You're lucky I was nearby, otherwise you would be a corpse at the bottom of that lake right now. Well, thank you. Take your clothes off. What? Excuse me? There's no way, he just told me to undress. I must have misheard it. The man unwraps the sash from around his waist and takes his howdy off. He throws a letter at me, and when he speaks again, his voice is dull, monotone. Wear this in the meantime. Keep your clothes to dry or you'll catch a cold. I'll be outside. He is stoic yet considerate. I don't know what to think of him, but for now I'll just accept his apparent kindness. I hold up his howdy, my eyes fixed on him as he walks away. Such a weird guy, but I think I can trust him. He did save me from drowning after all. I wait until he is out of sight before changing out of my clothes. When I slip into his warm howdy, I notice the scent of flowers. When it smells pleasant, the piece of clothing is too big for me and also feels breezy. When I step outside, I spot the crimson-haired man sitting near a tree. Aw, he's just napping. He eepin'. He seems to be napping peacefully, almost as though he has forgotten the trouble I caused from falling into the lake. Look at those muscles! I hang my wet clothes on some tree branches to dry and then find a comfortable spot near the man to sit. I haven't thanked you for saving me. By the way, I should properly introduce myself. My name is Skelly. Call me Zekun if you must. We weren't supposed to meet for a second time. Zekun opens his eyes and stares at me suspiciously. Oh yeah, those are definitely violet eyes. His deep purple eyes are beautiful and somehow intimidating. I have never seen anyone with such an eye color. What did you come back here for? I was looking for something. You're stupider than There's nothing to concern yourself with in this forest. Even if you lost something, there's no way you'd find it again. Hey, I'm not stupid, and I wasn't done talking. Zekun closes his eyes, letting out a deep sigh. Well, stupid Skelly! You should talk as you concern yourself more with getting home. I remain speechless. He makes so many assumptions about me and never lets me finish talking. What's wrong with this guy? I've never met anyone this rude. He doesn't even know me. I sigh. I'll get straight to the point. I have my doubts about those rumors, but the fact is a whole group of tourists went missing in the forest. Do you know anything about what happened? His tone promptly turns sour, and he becomes angry. becomes the Angori. Demon does exist. What? For real? Yes, the forest is a dangerous place. Listen to the rumors and leave immediately. You can't tell me what to do. Besides, the forest is public space. It's not a public space? Then what are you doing here? What are you doing in a dangerous place like this? You're annoying me! Deacon takes a deep breath and stands up. I don't think this is going anywhere. Your clothes should be dry by now. Even with this sunny weather, my clothes get dry that fast. They can case my clothes off the tree branches and hands them over to me. Go home, don't bother me anymore. But they can glare at me before turning away and walking off. I am so frustrated that I failed to realize I'm still wearing his hourie until he's finally gone. Ugh, that forgetful guy. I'll have to return this to him later. Next day, I absentmindedly gazed at the cloudy sky. The forecast said the weather would be really bad today. Seems like heavy rain is coming. And I forgot my umbrella. I'll need to hurry home to beat the rain. I don't want to get my socks wet again. Hey, it's lunchtime. Are you daydreaming again? Yes. Share it with me. It's not worth mentioning. Boo, I wish I could remember my dreams as vividly as you do. I don't think you'd want to remember your nightmares. Even if they are scary, I'd still like to know. I laugh at Ikuya. Wait, let me grab my bento. By the way, do you know that a massive storm is heading for our village? We haven't had one in ages. It can't be that bad. How will I get home without getting blown away? Don't worry, you should be fine. It's late at night. Just be sure not to go out then. The OG, have you heard anything from your dad about the missing forest tourists? It sounded some search parties, but no results so far. You pause the investigation until the storm passes. This is random, but is there any chance of people living in the forest? Living in such a place, don't they even love to do it? And there's the guy! Why did my voice crack? Are you still curious about the demon? I was just wondering. If you ever consider exploring again, count me in! You two are so troublesome. We need someone to keep an eye on us. Why don't you come alone, Ikui? I'm not a babysitter. After sitting through the rest of my boring classes, I quickly go home. I hope he'll be notified if the school closes tomorrow because of the storm. As I walk, the sky steadily grows darker. There is no doubt that it will start pouring soon. I wanted to go to the forest today, but it seems like I will have to give back Zeikun's howdy some other time. As soon as I reach my house, I feel the first raindrops fall on my head. I reach for the doorknob, but something feels out of place. Oh dear. Goosebumps rise along the back of my neck, and I glance over my shoulder to double check my surroundings. There is a single person standing in the distance. His scarf flutters out from behind him like a scythe in the strong breeze. This guy looks suspicious as hell. Look at this guy. Why is he wearing a gas mask? What's with that scar? What's with this marking? Everything about him gives me the chills. Oh, wait, oh, this thing. Must be from the same school. Is he looking in my direction? I immediately avert my gaze and enter the safety of my house. Woo, that was creepy. What was that guy standing there in the rain? Slowly and cautiously, I peek through the curtains to check on the suspicious person, but he's gone. I prepare a hot cup of tea to settle my nerves and try to relax in the living room. Rain outside is oddly soothing, even as it splatters with increasing insistence against the roof and windows. The sudden sound of my doorbell startled me. I am not expecting any visitors. It can't be that creep. To make sure it's safe, I look through the peephole in the door. The mean forest guy! Zakun glares right through me. As I open the door, his expression as dark as the black clouds. He is drenched from head to toe, wearing only a tank top and traditional pants. I guess he went through the heavy rain to get to my place. Zakun, wasn't it? What brings you? Give me back my howdy. Right. What other reason would he have? I gesture for him to come inside so that he does not have to stand in the rain. Wait here, I left it in my room. I leave Zakun by the front door and return a moment later with the howdy I grabbed from my room. Here it is. Thank you for letting me borrow it. Before you go, though, how do you know where I live? I know this area. Talkative as always, didn't Leoji ask me to report odd people like Zakun? No, I can't report him yet. I can't leave now either. I'll miss my chance to get something more substantial out of him. I need a reason to make him stay. Wait, I don't think it's a good idea to go back in that heavy rain. You can wait here until it calms down. An awkward silence falls between us as Zakun merely stares at me. I owe you for saving me. Zakun snorts but steps past me into the living room, hiding a smile, and closes the door to the storm outside. He is not self-conscious in the least as he wrings his hair out, running his fingers through the long strands. Holy shit. That is some long-ass hair. And some thick-ass muscles. I stare at his defined back. My thoughts get lost for a moment. At first I would think he is only muscular, but his scars are more noticeable. I wonder what could have carved those into his arms. With all these peculiar men showing up around my house, I better be more careful. I can't take on someone like him by myself. Again, he did save me from drowning. He can't really be the only one responsible for the disappearing tourist, can he? As if hearing my thoughts, he glances back at me. His gaze bores into mine. It becomes awkward after a while. I should get a towel for him. After Zakun fixes his hair and puts on his howdy, he sits down on the carpet with crossed arms facing away from me. I wonder if he has not forgiven me for disturbing his peace the previous times I've met him. Are you hungry? No. Are you cold? I can grab some blankets for you. No. Are you bored? Can I have some fun magazines? Leave me alone! Gee. You're no fun. I'm not here to have fun. I need to return to the forest as soon as possible. So you're saying that staying in the forest and hiding in a cave is better than having a roof above your head? Yeah, because there aren't annoying people like you around. Oh, God. My eye twitches at his answer. Keep your cool. You have to play alone if you want to dig deeper into his background. You know, it's prohibited to live in the forest. If they catch you, you might get arrested. Yeah, that's harsh indeed. Silence. Zakun shrugs off my warning and stays quiet. Since you are familiar with the forest, is there any chance you saw the tourists? They've been missing for a while. If you have any information that could help, their families would be grateful. Rumors say that a demon took them, but that sounds silly to me. Why do you keep asking me about those tourists? Stop to get into the matter. He brushes my question off again. Talking with this guy is like cracking nuts with bare hands. Cracking nuts, am I right? His suspicious attitude and vague answers make me certain he knows something at the very least. If a direct approach doesn't work, I should try something different. I take a seat on the couch and keep my eyes on Zakun. Silence. Share all you want. You won't get any answers from me. I wasn't expecting to. You don't have to keep me company. You can go. I don't want to. Zakun glances over his shoulder for a second. Just when I think he is about to say something, he looks away again. I want to know more about him, but asking might make him upset. I stare at Zakun's clothes, hoping to find a clue about his identity. Perhaps he practices rituals. Did I offend him by assuming he lives in the forest? Maybe I judged him too soon. Hey! I nearly jump when he starts speaking! Zakun turns to me and looks into my eyes. Why are you so bothered by that demon rumor? I don't believe the rumors, but I'm curious about what caused them. The real murderer might be using it as a cover. I want to do more research about the demon in case they are. Perhaps I will understand their intentions as well. I have a bad feeling about these disappearances. If I don't do something, I might end up like them. I don't want to be a sitting duck. But if the rumors turn out to be true, will you regret finding the truth? Even if there's really a demon and it turns out to be harmful, I'll do my best to stop it. Stop it? What can someone like you do? I don't think you'll be surprised by anything you find. There are negative rumors about the demon for a reason. Save yourself the hassle. You won't gain anything from knowing this. I'm going to discover the truth one way or another. Even if you know the truth, it won't change a thing. You'll just annoy the demon when you find it. I don't understand. The truth should give the investigators better direction, shouldn't it? I'm not waiting until I'm next. I'll find out what's causing the disappearances and find a way to stop them. I don't get why that affects you, but what I do isn't up to you. Give up on. Zakun mumbles something, but I do not hear the last few words. He lets out a soft sigh and stands up, walking to the front door. I won't keep you up anymore. Go to sleep. Without looking back at me, he steps outside and closes the door with a loud slam. What the? He left! I head towards the window to watch him go. I can't see anything. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminates the street. In that split second, I spot an eerily familiar person standing under a streetlight. It's that creepy guy from before. Is he looking in my direction? The world outside goes bright again, soon followed by a crash of thunder. Quickly close the curtains and clench trembling hands. Before heading to bed, I make sure that everything is locked tightly. No corner of the house goes unchecked. Maybe I am overtly cautious, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I feel anxious after what I saw in the streets. Despite those feelings, the sound of rain soothes me. The next day. The storm has filled the streets with puddles. It's still raining a bit, but the weather is nothing to be concerned about. Before I even start breakfast, I get a message from Ikea saying that school is closed today. Another decision. What to do, what to do, what to do. Where to go? Library, mall, or just stay home? Bibliocleta. I have tests coming up and it'll be wise to spend more time studying. Mr. Blanchett recommended some books that I could find at the library to catch up, so I grabbed a large umbrella and head there. On my way there, I noticed a few new advertisements. Looking for high priests who exorcise demons. Since ancient times there has been a demon roaming in the forest. I only read the first few sentences and skim through the rest. It talks about the history of this village and other void facts. Although their history is nothing new, I do get more interested about the priests. Perhaps there are more types of temples in this village. I should do more research about them. I can't believe they are seriously thinking of exorcising the demon. Maybe I should warn Zakun that people are coming to drive him away. Laughing at my own thoughts, I continue walking Onto the library. The scent of the library is so thick that I can almost taste it. Dusty musk from so many old books float in the air, almost entirely undisturbed in the morning light. I go to the history section and gather the books I need. This semester, our history class is focused on local legends. There are even some myths about my school, so this might be interesting to study for once. I skim through one textbook and read the chapter titles. The Temple Guardian, the School Ghost, the Henrigi Mansion, and the Forest Demon. So far, I've only heard stories about the demon from my classmates. The demon goes by many names: Jukai, Hachiman, Yadoriki, and Aokigahara. As there has been no general consensus on the matter, it is most often referred to as the demon. The demon inhabited the forest long before Nichitsu was built. Because the villagers disturbed the demon's home, it spread a curse over the village. Fortunately, only the villagers managed to calm it down by sending offerings of not only food but clothing and other trinkets. What kind of curse would the demon cast anyway? It suddenly occurs to me that they might keep the custom of offerings the book mentioned, but there's no temple in the forest, so I doubt he has such an excuse. Yes, you're studying hard. Ah, Ryoji, it's surprising to see you this early. School is closed today, so my club activities are canceled too. I finally have some time to study. You don't need to study, your grades are already pretty good. You're just saying that because you want to surpass me. If you slept through your class list, you might actually have a chance. I can surpass you easily. Want to bet on who scores the highest on the next exam? I might have to decline. You know, history is my weakest subject. Admitting defeat so soon. I accept your challenge then. What are the stakes? I would mention and try to think of something funny. Luda has to dress up in a maid costume for one day. Oh god. Once in a lifetime chance. Looking forward to seeing you embarrass yourself. Prepare for your defeat, my maid. I will lose this one. Oh god. The next day! I have to study harder to win the bet against the OG. While walking through the hallways, I catch a glimpse of a familiar face. Huh? A green-haired guy walks by. His face is covered in a black gas mask. What is that? A person like that doing at my school? Even the students around me look at him with confused expressions. Is he actually a student or an uninvited guest? Wow, is that an elite class member? It's so rare to see them at school. He just glared at me. His eyes are so oh, I see. It creeps me out. I noticed the cross emblem on his tie. His uniform is different from any other class, so he must be an elite. I heard they act however they want because they have their own special rules. How they don't get penalized for skipping class. Aside from Ikiya's brother, this guy is the first elite student I have seen at school. He does not give me the impression that they are all attractive and intelligent as the rumors say. Hey, you're spacing out. Oh, Ryoji, do you know the gas mask guy? That green-haired dude, if I remember correctly, his name is Chain? I think he works in the same department as my dad. Oh god, his name is edgy as fuck. He barely attends classes and focuses more on work. That's why you've never seen him before. It's still unfair that these elite students get away with that. Sadly, we can't change the rules. I still find that Chain guy strange. Say, have you seen any suspicious people lately? Well, this Chain guy has been walking around my neighborhood quite often lately. I think he's observing me, to be honest. It's kind of creepy, like a stalker. I see. Don't worry about it, though. He isn't a bad guy. Chain isn't my only worry. I've also seen a strange person who wears traditional clothes and lives in the forest. Maybe he's one of the priests. I know there's a group of them who sometimes practice their rituals in the forest. Alright. I was still thinking about the demon rumor. Now I'm skeptical about it. Rumors, I need cold hard proof to know if something's real or not. If that's just like you, let me know if you find something. Any clues will help a lot with the investigation. I'll do my best. After class, I go to the lockers and notice Shane standing near mine. Has he been waiting for me? As soon as passing by, I give him a wide berth, not even daring to look directly at him. Well, he has an odd aura around him. I wouldn't stay around a guy for that long either. Regardless of what the OG says, I can't trust the guy. What is he up to? Just standing around in weird places like this. I pretend not to notice him as I pack my stuff from my locker and head straight home. Another empty street, the footsteps following behind me again. If this is another stalker about to confess, I'm going to report him. I casually turn my head to catch a glimpse of the person following me. It's Shane! When he comes even closer, I notice something sticking out from his belt. I can't see it clearly, but it looks like the hilt of a knife or something similar. I don't remember seeing him with anything like that at school. Was he planning on ambushing me the whole time? No, don't jump to conclusions. Shane's icy blue eyes are locked on me as he approaches. I can't handle another second of this. I know what he wants from me, but I'm not going to wait to find out. The moment I turn a corner and break his line of sight, I start running. After a few blocks, I stop at the thick trunk of a tree to catch my breath. When I peek around it, he is not in sight anymore. Phew, I hope I never see him again. I turn back and he is in front of us. Oh my! You ran from me. Why are you following me? I'm an investigator. I've been assigned as your private guard. Huh? 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 What? I thought you were planning to kill me. That weapon on your belt. Shin raises an eyebrow and looks down at where I pointed. This? It's my gun! I rarely point it at civilians. He has a fucking gun?! Phew, thank goodness. I saw you a few days ago. Have you been watching me this whole time? Yes. Could you have at least told me you creeped me out? Back to being creepy. Still, I'm relieved to know we are on the same side. I guess Leoji was right. Thanks for keeping an eye out for me, but don't get too close. Keep some distance, okay? I don't have good experiences with people walking behind me. As we walk farther, he does as I ask. Even though I understand his motives now, it still feels weird. What would people even think if they saw us like this? Never mind, we should walk together. We're both students after all. I gesture at Shane to come closer, but he doesn't budge. We don't have to act like strangers anymore. My name is Skelly and I'm a second year. I already know everything about you! And like what? I'm Shane, elite class student. He dodged my question! There are many things I want to ask him, but he does not look like a talkative person. Just like me! Even so, I better give it a try instead of walking in silence. The missing people. Do you know about the people that have gone missing recently? We're still investigating the matter. Isn't something you should dig into? But I am. He sighs and looks at me with narrowed eyes. His breath makes a deep sound through the mask. I still can't get used to his gaze. It feels like he's up to something. A bit later, we reach my place. Shane tells me to stay home as much as possible. This way, it'll be easier for him to keep an eye on me. He also tells me that he is guarding other people at the same time. As I'm the only student under his wing, he has no choice but to follow me to school every weekday. It feels like I'm the sheep to the shepherd. Honestly, I want to take part in the investigation too, but it does not look like Shane will give me a chance. Before going to bed, I take a look outside my window. Shane has not moved from his spot the whole evening. It looks like he'll be staying until the next morning. Poor guy, his job must be tough. Does he not sleep at all? For the next few days, Shane follows me whenever I go out. It's annoying, but soon I get used to it. Hey, Skelly, I have something important to ask. Ikea pulls me closer, glancing around in case someone might hear us. Hey, why is so urgent? Do you know that you've got a new stalker? Oh god. That scary person over there. She looks up for a chain who is standing farther away from us. For some reason, he has been appearing at school lately, and he's always standing outside of our class. My gut feeling tells me he's stalking you. Let me make it clear to him that you're not interested. No, he's not. Before I can explain, Ikia is already stepping towards him. It's a misunderstanding. Bad feelings all around. She clenches her fist as she walks, a picture of confidence, until she freezes and looks back at me like a frightened puppy. Immediately, she runs back without finishing her objective. Oh god. Skelly, he's scary. How do you even attract so many weird guys? Ask them, not me. Ikia pounds at the ground and begins toying with her hair self-consciously. I can't help but pet her head. Head pats for you. Head pats for you. Oh, Ikia, it's okay. That guy is my private guard. His name is Shane, and he's both an elite class student and an investigator. The streets are dangerous, so he's been assigned to guard the people. He may not look like it, but he's a good guy. Will we? Ryoji would know more about it. Either way, don't worry. Even if Ryoji is okay with this creepy guy, I don't trust him. Class is about to start, but the teacher wants to announce something first. His expression is unusually tense. Dear students, I don't know how much you've kept up with the news, but I'd like to stress something important. The streets are dangerous at night, so be sure to stay home for your own safety. What's going on? There's a serial killer in our village. 5 deaths have been reported and many people are still missing. No way! Who in this village would do such a thing? Maybe it's one of the outsiders. Be prepared. Tonight they'll get into your room and everyone please stay calm. Nothing has been confirmed about the identity of the killer, so don't jump to any unnecessary conclusions. The class becomes restless after this announcement. Everyone exchanges their thoughts. Say, Ryoji, do you know what's really going on? I knew you'd ask me first. The police have found new clues, but so far they lead nowhere. One of the roughest investigations ever dealt with. Only the perpetrator and victims know the truth. The rest of us can only guess what's going on their minds. Our crew has never dealt with a perpetrator like this. It might take a while to solve this case. Is there any solid evidence? My dad suspects there might be multiple people pulling the strings. We should be more careful. Shane told me that private guards are being assigned to people in the village. Couldn't they have sent a notice first? I thought someone was stalking me. The killer must be extremely dangerous for them to make such a move, right? Yes, multiple disappearances in 1 week. We don't know how to make them stop. As classes carry on, my classmates continue to chat among themselves. I catch a few conversations about people who heard strange noises in their neighborhood. Some even point at possible suspects without good reasons. After class, I meet up with Chain outside the school so we can walk home together. Chain, did anything happen last night? No. I wonder if he's tired from staying up all night. I can't tell how well he's wearing the mask. Oh no, I forgot my homework is in my locker. Will you mind if I go back for a moment? Go ahead. I'll be back soon. It's awfully quiet on my way back through the hall. After taking my stuff, I head back. Benoy? An odd creature dashes by, almost cat-like, but not quite. That's more of a bunny. What was that? I peer around the corner to see where it went, and I see the creature watching me from some distance down another hall. Its big ears are shaped like a bunny's, but its long legs are like a cat's. A chimera! How did it get into the building? The creature slowly approaches me, then suddenly jumps away. Let's not. It's the oddest creature I've ever seen, and I do not want to end up lost or make my new private guard worry. I turn around and go back to get Chain. After Chain leaves, I see the same creature near my house. One bee. Nope, I'm not going to play with you. Even though Oh, I tried to ignore it. It keeps hopping after me. Does it think I have food? Suddenly it clings onto my leg. I don't have any food. Go read a dumpster or something. Oh, you're incredibly fluffy. I can't resist petting it. The creature stares at me with innocent eyes, twitching its nose. Its two tails wag around playfully. You remind me of a rabbit I used to have, except he didn't have two tails. Such a rare mutation. But sorry, I can't take you home. Stop coming after me, okay? To my surprise, it immediately hops away. Bye, bunny. Take care. Between dinner and the new information on local crime, I find it hard to concentrate on my homework. When I start to think about history, my mind goes straight to the forest demon before derailing completely. News shifted from the missing tourists to disappearances of the villagers. While most news articles focus on the investigations, there's an increasing number of exorcists. I don't understand why the demon has anything to do with this. The homework still needs to get done, so I do my best to finish it before heading to bed. Gotta catch 'em all! Pokemon reference! Before I know it, I fall asleep. I feel the wind blowing through my hair. It's barely cold all over my body. I want to turn my body, but a firm hand stops me with a squeeze. Something's wrong. I remember that I closed the window. It should not be possible to feel the wind in my room. Damn, I thought you were asleep. A deep voice startles my eyes open as the numbness of sleep slowly dissipates. I realize that I'm being held aloft in someone's arms. I shove my bangs from my face, but the wind whips my hair back. What's going on? Let me go. Don't squirm unless you want me to drop you. Ignoring the warning, I squirm around, but the man's grip on me is like steel. I can't wiggle myself free. My eyes are still blurry, but I can see the night sky above me filled with bright stars. Down below us, tiny lights are scattered across the darkness. Suddenly I realize there are houses and street lamps. We're in the fucking sky! I look up at the person who is holding me, but it's too dark to see. You're the kidnapper! I'm being kidnapped. Oh my goodness. Take me back home or things won't end well for you. Could you shout any louder? I should have taped that annoying human mouth shut. I continue screaming at him. You're going to pay! Without thinking, I raise my fist to give him my best hit when something like the scream of a firework sounds from below. A man carrying me loses his balance as a blinding ball of light rushes over our heads. We are nearly sent to a stomach-curdling spin, but he regains his momentum. What? Another flash of light barely misses us, and then another and another. Damn you, forest ogre! We manage to dodge a few more attacks, but it's not long before one of them grazes the man's arm. He grunts in pain, shuddering until his grip on me gives away completely. My heart skips when I glance at the ground below. Wait, if he drops me! I desperately cling onto him, but my hands slide down what feels like a shirt until there's nothing but air against my fingers. What the heck? All I see of my kidnapper is the massive silhouette of his wings against the sky! He has wings?! My stomach seems to turn upside down as I fall, rapidly approaching the lake below. I hit the water with a painful splash a moment later and sink like a rock. Speaking of luck... Pain travels through my entire body, but I push myself to swim to the surface, then crawl out of the water. The lake was deep enough to soften my fall, but I'm sure my body's bruised all over! I drop onto the grass and gasp for breath. What? Well, that's different. Why is everything purple? My wet clothes stick to my skin, but it is not cold. Adrenaline pumps through my veins, making my arms and legs tingle. I try to put together what just happened. Wow, that could have been my end. I can't believe I got out alive. That jerk just dropped me midair. Who was that guy who carried me? Did he have wings? I close my eyes as exhaustion starts to settle in. The grass feels very nice. No, I can't stay here. I need to move on. The kidnapper might come back for me. Before I even catch my breath, I'm suddenly lifted up by two strong arms and thrown over a broad shoulder. A second, I see a long crimson braid. I recognize who it is. Zaykoon! You can't sleep here. We need to go now. What? What? There he goes! Holding me tightly, Zeikun dashes through the dark forest. This music reminds me of Toho. Even with weight on his shoulder, he moves incredibly fast like a blade cutting through water. I can barely see where we're going, but it's still used to complain. I try to ask Zeikun where we're heading, but I doubt he can hear me with the wind rushing past us. I can't see anything in this darkness, but I will not be surprised if we end up at the other side of the forest with this speed. After a while, Zeikun stops and roughly puts me down. Stumbling on my feet, I try to find my balance. Despite being lightheaded, I can make out that we are in a cave. What are we running for? You. We're being chased by a Shinigami! It takes a few seconds for me to process his words. Shinigami are known as death gods in the myths. Their existence is like a bedtime story, but Zeikun is not the sort of person to joke about such things. The one who kidnapped me was a Shinigami. We're so slow at any rate. It will be safe here for now. Why would a Shinigami kidnap me? If my time was up, he could have simply brought a message. Thanks for saving me. I was just passing by. You're lucky I found you. They will come after you again. Good luck, because I don't know if I'll be there to save you next time. His sudden coldness makes me freeze. This is the second time Zeikun saved me from the brink of death. Twice is too often to be coincidental. I look outside the cave. There's no chance I can find my way home in this darkness. I don't even know where Zeikun has taken us. Hey, you should leave me out of the forest. I don't know the way home. We should stay here for tonight. But if you'd rather jump into that Shinigami's arms, be my guest. Zeikun leaves me no choice. Guess I'll spend the night in this cave. I sit down and lean against the rocky wall. Several uneven rocks poke into my back, and the floor is cold. Suddenly, warmth covers my body as Zeikun lends me his howdy. Aren't you cold? My body isn't tiny and fragile like yours. I won't freeze! To my surprise, he sits beside me, pulling me close so that I'm leaning on his shoulder. I thought you would leave me alone here. Silence. Zeikun only answers me with silence. His words contradict with his actions. I can't tell what he thinks of me. I'm glad that he didn't mock me this time. It wasn't my fault for ending up in the forest again. Will I be able to sleep in such a place, though? His body is warm. This might not be so bad. Thank you for saving me. I'm lucky that you happened to be there when I'm in a pinch. This might be a strange guess, but were you the one who shot the flashes of light? We were right above the forest and there wasn't anyone around. You must be a forest keeper. It should have been obvious, but I was looking too much into other rumors. I'm not going to bother you anymore. You're forgiven? I did not expect those words from him. I can't help but smile. Before I know it, I fall asleep peacefully. The alarm clock goes off right beside me. Starting from the sound, I almost jump out of my bed. Oh, I'm in my room. Oh, right, it's Thursday. I've got to hurry for school. Immediately, I sit up and get out of bed. My body hurts so much. Where did I get these bruises from? Whatever, I need to hurry. I prepare myself for school and run off with a piece of toast in my mouth. Let me breathe easy after I reach the classroom on time. Well, my record will stay clean. I've never been late to class. It feels like I forgot something. My memories are of yesterday are fuzzy at first, but they slowly come into focus the more I concentrate. I realized that it was not a dream. The bruises and scratches on my body confirmed that I fell from the sky into a lake and slept in a cave. Did Zeikun carry me home? I don't remember anything after I fell asleep. Why was I in the lake again? Right, I was kidnapped. Chain didn't prevent anything from happening. What was he doing last night? Speaking of Chain, I haven't seen him all morning. Are you okay? I'm fine. What's with the worried expression? I heard one of our patrols went missing in your area last night. I was worried something might have happened to you too. Well, White Ryoji told me the news and I was so worried. You arrived later than usual. I thought, no worries, I'm totally alive and kicking, you see? Ow, my arm. Your arm? I just bumped into something and bruised it. My poor little girl! We're the same age. It's a bad excuse, but they actually believe it. Yukiya hugs me while Ryoji pats my back. I appreciate their concern for me, but sometimes they can overdo it. I want to tell them about my failed kidnapping, but they're already fussy so much. Besides, being carried by a winged guy sounds crazy. I'm not sure they'll believe me. Really? You saw that yesterday? Yes, it was a giant crow flying really low. Giant crow? You must have been drunk, girl. More importantly, why are you out that late? I just came back from a party. Can't I have some fun once in a while? I catch the conversation of two classmates behind me. Though the details are vague, I have a feeling it is about the Shinigami who kidnapped me last night. Although, was it really a Shinigami? I don't remember his face, but I do remember the giant wings on his back. Creatures like Tengu have wings too. He could be the one behind those kidnappings. Ugh, I missed the chance to identify him. Where's your scary guardian? Do you mean Shane? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him today. Say, Ryoji, was Shane the investigator who went missing? I have not been told who, but I'm sure it was someone investigating your area. Shane told me that he kept an eye on multiple residents. He might have been the only one guarding my neighborhood. I can't imagine something happened to him. After class, I wait for Shane, but he does not show up. I decide to walk home alone. It's not like I miss Shane. It makes no difference whether he is here or not. He's always been quiet. Whatever he is, though, I hope he's alright. I make it home late in the afternoon. I thought to go to the Shinigami from last night. Since he failed to take me once, he might try again. I know that the villagers are taken by random. I cannot believe my turn is so soon. I have to be more careful. I do not have Shane to rely on now. Death God or not, I won't let myself be kidnapped. If he shows up again, I'm going to be prepared with a surprise of my own. I'm trying to gather any information about tools that can fend off demons in Shinigami. Though I previously disregarded their existence, I have no choice but to believe in them after witnessing one firsthand. The book I borrowed from about the demon has a legend about warding off evil spirits. Apparently, natural water can be consecrated by saying an old prayer. I make the most I can out of some tap water and recite the prayer over it. I do not know if it's effective, but it's worth a try. Shinigami, I won't let you take me again. I lie down on my bed pretending to be asleep. Nothing happens for the next few hours. I usually fall asleep quickly, but the thought of being kidnapped is all I need to stay awake. Seikun said that Shinigami would come again, but maybe he was wrong. I should just go to sleep. At that moment, my blanket is pulled aside slowly. The second I feel a hand touching my arm, I sit up and brandish my makeshift talisman for protection. A blonde guy stands near my bed, his eyes gleaming back at me with the dark mischief of a cat with its prey already in his claws. Oh, God. When did he come in? I didn't hear him at all. His physique matches what I remember from the shadow I saw. He looks handsome for a serial killer! Oh, God. Ah, Skelly, you went into the trouble of preparing for me. I'm flattered! Who are you? Why are you here? I'm a demon, but you can just call me Kaichi. You're a Shinigami, right? I don't think my time has come just yet. You're a special one. Keep your sweet lines. They won't work on me. You should be honored that I came here to take your soul personally. Not everyone gets this chance. I had to do my business with you somewhere else last night because someone was watching. But today, we are alone. Look at you, right? So you're the one responsible for all those missing people? All those missing people? I only took one a few days ago. Kaichi shrugs and crosses his arms. I'm the only Shinigami in this village. No one else should be intervening with my job. If what Kaichi says is true, then it could only mean that there is more than one culprit. This complicates the murders and the disappearances. But of course. I'm not familiar with the job, but don't touch the villagers. They are innocent, so don't randomly take them to hell. Kaichi chuckles at my request and steps closer. Adorable, I'm almost tempted to listen. He lowers his voice into a honeyed murmur, even as his eyes start to glow red. When he tries to make a move, I swing my arm to hit him. He catches me by the wrist, keeping me in place as he leans towards me. With him so close, I just realize how tall he is! If you behave, I'll try to be gentle. It doesn't change the fact that you're doing him to do something against my own will. I raise my leg to kick him, but he deflects the attack with a spot from his free hand. No matter how hard I try to hug myself away, his grip doesn't budge. It's for your own good. What have I done wrong? It's not about doing wrong. Death comes for everyone. Just believe me when I say, hey, this is better than many alternatives in store for you. I value my life. Give up on convincing me. His hand had tightens painfully around on my wrist as he leans close enough for me to feel his breath. Swiftly, I take a small bottle out of my pocket and uncork it with my teeth. I splatter him with the holy water within, soaking the better part of his face. What is this? Now I'm wet! Jeez, you sure have guts. You're going to pay for this. At that moment, the door of my room bangs open and someone rushes inside. Gun! I can't even turn my head before a gunshot shatters the air. Kaichi immediately lets me go and steps back a dark hole in his arm. Oddly, he's not bleeding. Chain stands between us before either of us can react. Chain, wait, he's... Questions later. The bodyguard is back. Kaichi's shoulders shake with silent laughter. I'll come back some other time. I don't feel like dealing with you now. Chain launches another shot, but within a second, Kaichi, he vanishes in black smoke, leaving no trace behind. Coward, running away without a fight. Chain lets on a disappointed sigh, hiding his gun under his jacket. What's wrong with you? You fired at him when I was only an inch away. I could have easily been hurt or worse. So much for being grateful. How did you manage to get in? Window trick? But of course! Window trick. But of course. Of course, the window trick. Don't you want to know what happened here? No need. As typical of his cold self, he does not pay further attention to me as he turns around to leave. Where were you today? I didn't see you on patrol. When I heard an investigator has gone missing, I got worried about you. Jane stops at the door and looks over his shoulder. That's my partner. He went missing a few days ago. No one else noticed. When I found him unconscious, I knew someone had knocked him out for a reason. Looks like the reason was you! Someone else will be appointed to this area. I have business elsewhere. After that brief explanation, he turns his back to me and leaves. I has gotten too close for comfort. With Chain's devil-may-care her attitude and his partner getting knocked out by Kaichi, I realized I needed to try harder to protect myself. A week has passed by. Let's do another save. Oh! I ended up on the Zenkun route! Like Chain has said, new investigator was assigned to guard my neighborhood. He does not do much other than pretend to be a random passerby. Chain was not particularly good at hiding his presence, but his replacement is even worse at it! Nothing has happened in my neighborhood for the past week, but people are still going missing in other parts of the village. Fortunately, Kaichi has not bothered me since last night. That night. Despite that, I find it hard to fall asleep at night. I wonder what Chain is up to. There are so many things I want to ask him. For one, how did he see through Kaichi in one glance? I myself wasn't able to tell he was a Shinigami right away. Have they met before? While deep in thought, I accidentally bump into someone. A young boy looks up at me with an annoyed expression. Sorry, I didn't see you. Wait, you look familiar. The boy looks surprised for a second, then averts his gaze and runs away. Can't let this go. Gut feeling. What's the phone? Hey, what is an elementary school kid doing here? Shh, don't say that to an elite class student. Look at his uniform. An elite class student? Because they all wear different uniforms. I didn't recognize him at first. Rumors don't match his appearance, but he looks cute. He went back to his classroom. I can't enter that room without an excuse. Might catch him later, though. During lunch break, I overhear an interesting conversation. Did you see that advertisement about expelling demon? I heard the pay is great, so I'm going to apply for that. Do you have any experience? My family owns a shrine, and I'm familiar with rituals and spells. It should be a piece of cake for me. Watch me save this village. But the demon isn't behind those missing people. While chewing on a piece of bread, I glanced at the two nearby students. The police haven't found any clues in weeks. This has to be the work of a demon. Nobody's ever seen it. What would make you so special? But I saw something strange moving through the forest yesterday. It had huge horns and made loud noises. Are you sure it wasn't a deer or something? You're making me sound like a fool. Unless you have proofs, I can't help it. My classmates are too focused on rumors. My theory is that someone is using the rumors as a cover. Hi, Sikari. There you are, Ikuya. Where's Ryoji? He's busy with his president duties. Don't think he'll join for lunch. That's fine. And Ikuya glances at the two students. That's why are discussing the rumors. They are still talking about the forest demon. I know, right? They shifted all the blame on it. What if it decided to leave the forest and become a village demon? It could have evolved and hidden itself among us in disguise. You should join Ryoji's group as a detective. Have every possibility fleshed out. I don't think he wants me to help. After all, he only asks you to keep an eye on suspicious people. Are you jealous? Of course not. Right, it's better for you to stay safe. If you find someone suspicious, inform Ryoji or me. No big stories about demons and other folk tales. Okay. After school, I head straight home. I happen to bump into a familiar face, someone I have not seen for a week. Hi, Jane. How are the investigations going? I'm now taking applications for a new partner. I was just curious. I want to thank you again for the day you saved me from the Shinigami. Just doing his job. You seem like you were familiar with those kind of creatures. Are there more of them in the village? I think that I found the right person for information. Chain does not look like he solves ordinary cases. Before I can even ask, Chain answers my unspoken question. There is a demon hidden in the forest, but I have not yet located them. And those missing tourists were really taken by the demon? I don't think that case is worth looking into anymore. What do you mean? A civilian like you will find nothing. Anyway, aside from the demon, there are more otherworldly beings hidden amongst the villagers. My advice, don't interact with them. Even if they appear friendly, you will soon find yourself trapped in their plot. I can't even tell apart those who are different from humans. Trust your gut feeling. Are they responsible for what happened in the village recently? Some are, some aren't. Don't recommend trusting a single one of them. Almost asked why he hates them so much, but probably does not want to talk about his personal life. I thank him for his advice before you part ways. Both Shane and Zeikun have confirmed that there really is a forest demon. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose and smell some mucus. And drinking some water. I'm hoping to find Zeikun again so we can talk, although I don't know where to start looking. He stayed me at the lake twice, but I don't want to jump in just for the sake of summoning him. If he is always in the forest, he must have somewhere to stay. I want to figure out why Zeikun is really walking around the forest. Even if he is a priest, no one is allowed to live here. I followed the path that we took during our field trip. The environment looks peaceful like usual. The sound of chirping birds surrounds me, and I even catch the sight of a fawn! Baby deer! I do not see anything unusual. Oh, there he is! I hear voices nearby. When I turn around to look, I catch a glimpse of crimson hair. It's Deku, but what is he doing? Sir, are you sure that you saw this man near the waterfall? That's what I've been telling you. Stop wasting time on this man. He's just trying to talk his way out. It is my brother we are talking about. This man might know what happened to him. As professional, we are on duty to keep people away from the forest. You can't actually stop people from entering the forest. You have to shut down the rumor first. I don't need you telling me how to do my job. I can't believe that my brother disappeared. There must be another lead. I told you the spirits took him away. I'm done with this nonsense. Let's arrest him for trespassing? Wait. I watched the investigators discuss the matter amongst themselves when Zeikun is about to walk away. They shift their attention. No one wants to go after Zeikun, but the man asks to let him off. Ultimately, they leave him alone. I follow Zeikun quietly until he stops at a small clearing, then duck into some bushes and watch him closely. He crouches down and starts to bury something. Whatever it is, it seems to be mostly buried already, so I can't make out what it might be. Once he's finished, he wipes his forehead and hurries off. Out of curiosity, I go to check the spot. Using a branch, I poke at the looser and start to dig until I uncover something. An unmistakably human arm attached to the rest of a body is slowly revealed. It's a fucking corpse! Shocked from my discovery, I dropped the bench and stepped back. A corpse? I remember this bright yellow shirt on TV. It looks exactly like a shirt one of the missing people was wearing when I watched the news. Hitoshi, wasn't it? Why was Zeikun burying him? Don't tell me he... No, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Anyway, I must report this to police. I return to the village heading for the police office. It starts to rain when I arrive. No, you're kidding me. The office is closed already! I look at the notice. Closed early today due to the lack of available staff for investigations. We apologize for this inconvenience. Call this number. I dial the phone number on the notes, but the line is busy. Sounds like I have to try again later. Zeikun knew about those missing people, but he kept quiet. He saved me twice, but that could just be an act. Nice people can still be murderers if they have the motive for it. Many thoughts cross my mind, but I can't think of an explanation. Chapter 2. Okay. I'm going to go do an intermission. So... yeah. I shall be back in a bit. I just need to walk around and stim. So I shall be back. Alright, chat, I'm back. So I think I'm probably not going to. I'll try to like do another chapter and then end stream, because all the talking is exhausting me. I'm not used to yapping. I called the OG the next day to ask about why the police office was closed early. He explains that they sent most of the officers out for investigation. Should I report the corpse I found? Report the corpse. The OG, yesterday I found a corpse in the forest. What? A corpse? Whose? I think it was the missing man from the news. Hitoshi Kido? Oh my, are you okay? How do you know it was him? I hope you're not traumatized. I only saw part of the body, but I remember seeing that bright yellow shirt on TV. Don't worry, OG, I was more surprised than scared. Oh dang, what were you doing in the forest anyway? I lost my phone there. Well, obviously I found it again, or I wouldn't be calling you right now. That is so careless of you. Why do you think we sent professional guards? I think it's better to stay away from the forest for now. I know, sorry. I will tell my dad that I got this an anonymous tip, otherwise they might question you further. Thanks, good luck with the investigation. Keep me informed if you discover anything else. Sure. See you at the library. I have many questions I want to ask Zeku, but the forest has been sealed off for investigation. What I saw yesterday still bothers me. I should not jump to conclusions yet, but it seems obvious that Zeku hid the corpse. Why would he bury a body instead of telling the police? Is this some weird priest tradition, or... But if he really is a murderer, why does he keep saving me? The whole village is abuzz, yet here you are with a bored expression. What's up with that? My eyes are already glazing over from my textbooks, so Ryoji is a welcome distraction. Anything new? Between studying and helping my dad, I haven't gotten much sleep. Nearly everyone at the office has been called to investigate the forest. Most of the missing people have turned up dead there. So far, none of the missing people have been found alive. How did they end up in the forest? I don't know, but they are sure to find out soon. Now that the bodies have been discovered, it's only a matter of time before they uncover enough clues to reveal the perpetrator. I had a gut feeling that the forest had something to do with the cases. Thanks for sharing this information with me. Don't overwork yourself, Ryoji. I can handle it. Ryoji takes a seat next to me, pulling some homework from his book bag. I return to my book, noticing an interesting passage. There is an abandoned temple somewhere close to the village. I've never heard of it before, but maybe I can find out more about the demon. This book doesn't go much into detail. I should do more research about this temple. Ryoji, do you know something about a temple in this village? Which one? Oh, I know of the one. Most members of the occult club are part of the night temple. Ukiyo jumps out from the shadows. It seems like she's been listening to our conversation. She joins us and sits down on the seat on the left. I never heard about that one. It's the one that's only been used for festivals near the park. Now that you mention it, aren't those temple festivals hosted once every 5 years? I don't remember that place as a temple. Look for like a regular building or a residence. Anyway, look at the abandoned temple in this book. The demon's house? Ancient villagers used to bring offerings there. Nobody talks about that place nowadays. I almost forgot about it. Let me think. So you're saying that the villagers used to try and calm the demon down by bringing offerings. That sounds like centuries ago. Yeah, most people stopped having faith in some superstitions, although recent events have some believing in demons again. I'm curious about this temple. Do you guys want to explore it with me? I don't think you'll discover anything interesting there. You're up to something again. Yes, I am. I am up to my bullshit. I've never seen the demon's house on any village maps, so it might be hard to find. Don't look at me. I don't know where it is either. I'm making a point to avoid knowing where creepy places are. I'm a bit disappointed, but I know my friends are willing to help if I want to look deeper into it. I appreciate Yoji's warning, but I'm worried about Zeikun. After class is over, I try my luck at the forest one more time. If I want to talk to him if he has not already been caught. When I arrive, the trail has been sealed off with police tape. A couple of investigators stand nearby chatting and pointing at the bushes. This is the second victim this week. How careless of them to leave a body half buried. Either they are becoming sloppy or trying to confuse us. We should investigate the whole forest regardless. By the way, have you heard of those exorcism rumors? Exorcism? Is this case making you believe in ghosts? That's just phooey. I don't think it'll accomplish anything. Things have gotten stranger enough that I think we should ask a priest to assist us in our investigation. Don't be ridiculous. Spirits and the supernatural have nothing to do with murder. The most it could be is someone pretending to be a demon. Skeptical as always, even if it's no real demon. Those actions are demonic enough. The officers abruptly stopped talking when they noticed me. Blah, with so many people around, there's no way I could sneak in. If I try and they catch me, I'll just get in trouble. Disappointed, I return home. As I walk down the street, I see someone familiar heading the other way. Hold on, is that Shane? I haven't seen him for days. I went to greet him, but he has not noticed me. Out of curiosity, I follow him quietly. After a few minutes, I see him stop in front of a fancy-looking house, takes out a bunch of keys from his pocket, and unlocks the door. It takes a moment for me to realize he lives there. What? His home is just one street further from mine. I never realized he lived so close to me. If I ever get in trouble, I know where to go. It's late, but I need to study for my history exam. Even though I scored decently in other subjects, I cannot get around history. Mr. Blanchett must be punishing me with difficult questions because I often fall asleep during his class. I feel tired. Should I keep studying? Study. Tired or not, I'll study to get a good mark. Besides, I want to win against Ryoji. One more reason to work harder. Let's see, this chapter is about Miss. I'm gonna ace this test. Let's see here. The offering ritual is held on a seasonal basis. Traditionally, the event was hosted within the Guardian's temple. The villagers brought various kinds of offerings, ranging from dumplings, clothes, and the demon, forest, villagers, honkshu. I feel dirt under my bare feet, slowly sucking me down. A crimson-haired man stands before me, and I realize with dread that I hear him shoveling. No, don't. I'm still alive. Don't bury me, Zeikun. I open my eyes and stare at the ceiling. My hands are clutching my sheets. It was just a nightmare, right? Zeikun was about to bury me alive. The lingering image of his emotionless expression makes me shudder. He wouldn't really? I'm probably thinking too much. Aww? Do you have a bad... It's fucking Kaichi! Upon hearing a deep voice talk to me, I jolt out of bed and immediately stand up in a defensive position, turning my head to the sound. I could hear a voice, but nobody's around. It's been a while. Kaichi materializes from the darkness, his eyes gleaming in the dim moonlight. Did you miss me? Maybe you've been dreaming of me. His lips form a twisted smile as his eyes glow red. I have no intention of bantering with him. I rush out of my room knowing that I cannot defeat him alone. Only one person can help me. I seize my jacket and umbrella on the way out, but grind to a halt when I reach my front door. Panic rises in me as I frantically start undoing the locks. This takes too much time. Maybe I should take the back door. Oh, I've never met anyone so stubborn. It's enticing. I scream when Kaichi appears out of nowhere. Again with the screaming. Who do you think can hear you? Kaichi grins down at me. Rather than trying to grab me, he folds his arms across his chest, daring me to make a move. I spin around and dash for the back door, slamming it against me as I rush That's behind me as I rush outside. Fearfully, I keep checking over my shoulder, but Kaichi is nowhere to be seen. My heart is racing in my chest, but my mind is crystal clear. I know exactly where to go. I collapse against the door of the fancy house, banging my fist and ringing the doorbell as if my life depends on it. Please open! I almost fall forward when the door finally opens, and I'm overcome with relief to see the familiar gas mask. Why does he have so many tattoos? Shane stares down at me with half-lidded eyes. I can't tell if he's sleepy or annoyed about the ruckus. I need your help. He's going to kill me. As soon as the words leave my mouth, Shane pulls me in. I did want his help, but I never expected him to let me into his house. I take deep breaths, trying to calm down and observe my surroundings. Shane stands before me wearing a blank expression. Belatedly, I realize he is wearing less clothing than usual. I'm sorry for waking you. I didn't know where else to go. The Shinigami was chasing me. Shane is still silent. He must be wondering how I knew. I had to find him. You're the only person I can rely on, Shane. You saved me once before. I'm not guarding you anymore. I told you that. His expression grows darker as he slowly leans towards me. Sweat runs down my back and I hold my umbrella tightly. My heart tightens at his cold tone. I was sure he would kick me out, but instead he pulls away, rolling his eyes. Do whatever you want. Relief rushes through me. Think. Shane walks away, dropping himself on the couch. Despite his indifference, I'm thankful not to be on his bad side. For all his creepiness, his house is surprisingly normal. There's even paintings. Now that he is wearing a lot less, I know what his numerous tattoos and scars lining his body. From his muscles, I can tell he keeps himself active. I shouldn't stare too much. Is he planning to sleep out here? He might catch a cold. I'm going to grab a blanket. Where can I find one? Change size from being closed. Okay, now I'll do a quick search. Maybe I can start off with that room. There's a cabinet in the room at the end of the hall. Don't go anywhere else. Go to the room he mentioned and come back with the sheet. Is it okay if I borrow this? Yeah. Since he doesn't kick me out, I follow his example and take a seat on an adjacent sofa. He warded off the Shinigami so easily last time. I thought he must be scared. Is there anything I could do to scare the Shinigami? I'll head home tomorrow. Good night, Shane. Even though I might be safe for now, my mind is not at ease. Shane was my guard before, but I did not feel comfortable around him. It was shown that he does not mind hurting me when I was close to Kaichi. I glanced at Shane, who is still awake. He is counting something on his fingers. I am intrigued by what he's thinking. He cracks his wrist before letting out a sigh. I guess the whole crackle-lackle. Finally, he closes his eyes. Despite my discomfort, I assume Shane will not harm me intentionally. I keep my watch on him until my eyelids start to feel heavy. Next day. When I wake up, Shane is nowhere to be found. Today's Saturday. I'm off from school. Being chased in the middle of the night must have really shocked me numb. I can hardly believe I slept so deeply. Since Kaichi never came after me, I wonder if this house is designed to keep out evil spirits. I hope Kaichi had not been lingering around my house all night. In any case, I will report the incident to the police. I know I told Shane I would leave in the morning, but curiosity compels me to stay. The main room looks normal, but there is not much personality in its decoration. All plain colors, no picture frames, no knickknacks or novelties. But there are frames here. Guess he lives alone. Everything's so tidy, though. Let's find documents. Shane probably checks his work home. This is my chance to find out what the investigators are up to. I pull open a few drawers and find multiple striped shirts. Are identical to the ones I always see him wear, so he must be spares. If I were him, where would I keep important documents? I head into the next room. It is small and plain, save for a large desk in the corner with all sorts of papers scattered across it. A corkboard hangs above the desk. Various news articles and dossiers are pinned to it, alongside some photos of people who were reported missing. Ooh. I approach the desk. The papers are just reports of events that happened around the village. But what draws my attention is the open notebook with the black cover stuck between 2 pages. 3 a.m. Shinigami K moves to Easter District. Target unknown. Last night 4:20 a.m. Unit X setting at 3.025095. 138.812678. Needs revision. Apparently he keeps a GPS device on hand. I hope he didn't put a tracker on me. I have a fair guess that Shinigami K is Kaichi, but who could Demon X be? Leaning against the desk, I flip through the notebook, which is full of notes on all the creatures he encountered. I almost do not notice a necklace dropping onto the floor. A dark cross. I got that hot one at home too. I put it back carefully, not wanting to make more of a mess. Going back to the notebook, I decided to look at the first page, which seems to be a list. School Ghost 1, uncrossed. Zombie 30, marked. Angel 1. This goes on even onto the next page. I can't believe so many supernatural beings exist right here in the village, and so many have been eliminated. I freeze when I reach the last, and presumably the most recent target on the list. Villagers 10, crossed out. What's with this notebook? Villagers are his targets too? Don't be so curious. Oh! Jane's voice startles me, and I hold the notebook against my chest as I turn around to see him standing in the doorway. You're back! I never left. My duties are at night. I quickly place the notebook back on his desk as he approaches. His eyes glance at the desk, then at me. I thought he would get upset, but his gaze is as emotionless as ever. What did you find? Just some, reports and such. I'm surprised you have notes on otherworldly beings. It's not a secret. I'm an investigator and a hunter. Why? Why? I look at him in confusion and listen quietly as he explains. The reason this village has been so peaceful is because I've been hunting down those creatures. Lately, their numbers have increased. If that wasn't bad enough, my partner also went missing. Does that mean those murders and kidnappings are not done by humans? Remember that Shinigami at your place? He has caused some of those incidents. So you plan to kill him just like you did to the others? Chain averts his eyes and moves to the desk. He takes all the papers, stacking them into a pile. He also takes the notebook and drops it into the lower drawer, locking it with a key, which he tucks away somewhere. I saw you wrote villagers on your, Death Note! Ah, yes. Death Note. I remember watching it in middle school. Oh, God. Those were accidents. I had no choice. I just thought to record them regardless. So many casualties with people. I'm surprised you're not fired from your job. Those are not related to my job as an investigator, so I never reported them. He speaks in an emotionless tone as if the accidents were nothing. 10 innocent people were killed by his hands, and all he has to say about it is not having a choice. The deaths were never reported in the news, so it must not be public knowledge. The dude seems to work on his own. I assume the police do not know either. How far our chain has gone in his supernatural pursuits? If you ever get in my way, remember that I won't hesitate to do the same to you. He's always been cold, but now I see he barely has a heart at all. Those fucking eyes. And I can see the eyes were drawn in like chicken scratch. Shane glances at me expectantly, probably hoping that this was the last of my questions. Never mind him. I'll get even more confused trying to understand his situation. I should do more research on those creatures. Shane says that they are responsible for all the recent events, but I can't trust his words. I need to solve the case myself before he ends up hurting more people. I should go before I get in your way. Thank you for everything so far. He only turns his back to me, saying nothing. Shane's book mentioned the forest demon, but I didn't find any descriptions about its appearance. I hope the library has more details. His comment about the other creatures bothered me. Is it only Chain's job, or do the police know about it too? How long have they been hiding it? Just as I begin to drum in my own thoughts, I suddenly catch sight of a familiar face. It's that boy from the elite class. He casually leans against the wall while flipping through a book. After a moment, he looks up from his reading with a disappointed glare. He shoves his book into the nearby shelf before reaching up for another one. I could use a distraction after everything I learned about Chain's hunting. I take a book from the top shelf and hand it over to him. Is this the one you wanted? The boy looks at me as though I'm offering him poison, but takes the book! Remember me? We bumped into each other at school a while ago. I'm Skelly. What can I call you? The boy quirks a brow, sarcastic as much as annoyed, before looking away and flat out ignoring my question. He returns to his perch at the wall and flips through the book I got for him. This kid! I take a book of my own from the shelf and walk over to a nearby table to sit and read. Halfway through my first chapter, I hear the boy sigh. Apparently, it was not what he was looking for. Want me to put it back? Ignoring me again, he stands on his tiptoes as he tries to grab another book. It's impossible for him to get there, yet he keeps trying. I would help again, but he would probably reject it this time. You know, you can always ask for help. A sharp look he gives my way stops me from continuing that sentence. In the end, he goes to grab a chair while glaring daggers at me. Ah yes, short person problems. I know these problems well. Sometimes you just need to grab a chair to stand on. What does he have to prove? Kaichi. What? Excuse me. Excuse-moi? His name is Kaichi. What? Excuse me. It's fucking excuse me. Pardon me? Pardon me? What does this mean? His name is Kaichi. I mean, he does look like the Shinigami. His sudden voice almost startles me. It takes me a second to realize he was answering my previous question. Did you say Kaichi? That's funny. Yesterday I encountered someone with the same name. He's older, but I suppose he does look like you. I know that. The truth is, I am the Shinigami! I gasped in surprise. He can't be serious, but he said Shinigami, didn't he? Yep, the same person. No joke. This body is trapped within time. I only look like this during the day. At night, I go back to my normal form. Long story short, I'm cursed! I'm trying to find a solution in the library. No success so far, as you can see. I don't get it. Why are you telling me this? So you won't ask any more questions, and I won't need to hear your voice. Besides, you would have found out sooner or later. Telling you now doesn't make a difference. Don't worry, I'm not interested in taking you. For now. Taking you is like catching fish with bare hands, always slipping out through my grasp. None of my targets have escaped past the second try. You're clinging onto life so tightly, it's almost pitiful to take it. I stare at him speechless. He has the gall to start reading his book, ignoring me once again. The story sounds strange coming from this little boy, but I do not see any reason not to believe him. A part of him feels familiar, reminiscent of his adult form. So, why are you kidnapping people? Kaichi does not look up at me and continues flipping through the book. Are you the one behind those deaths? Silence. Kaichi! Jeez, I heard it the first time, you dunce. What makes you think it's appropriate to ask such questions in public? But you're not going to shut up, are you? You might as well explain later. What about now? Standing up, I grab his arms and pull him to his feet. Kaichi drops the book he is holding and I take his hand. I take him behind a bookshelf, out of people's sight. Are you serious? Can you even wait for half a second before dragging me off? Now we're alone. You can keep your voice low. Now tell me about it. I cross my arms and look directly at him. Kaichi rolls his eyes before letting out a small huff. Not like I was doing anything important anyway. Alright then. Do you know about the legend of the forest demon? Of course, everyone knows. In the legend, the demon cursed a few villagers. That part is true. This curse is passed from generation to generation. Now I'm collecting the currently cursed souls before the cycle can continue. So you're killing the villagers? Sort of, but it's for their own good. You can't just kill innocent people, cursed or not. Thinking about it, is that why you're after me? You're one of the cursed ones! The last of the few! We have a curse! Tell me, what kind of curse is it? It attracts supernatural creatures to the victim, the hungry kind. Many of those who survive go insane. The only one haunting me is you. Stop with this soul-stealing nonsense and leave me and the villagers alone. I have no idea how much trouble it was to pinpoint my target. Besides, collecting souls is my job. I won't simply stop because you asked me to. You couldn't find me, even though we've gone to the same school for years. Hey, I haven't been here that long. I don't have a built-in radar. Kaichi pouts, puffing in his cheeks like a child. Him being in this harmless form gives me the urge to tease him. I'm right here in front of you with no guards around. Why don't you take the chance? I already explained why. I'll lean in closer with a dark grin and lower my head until our eyes are even. Drop the bluff. You can't do anything in your daytime form, can you? You better not provoke me. This is very chaotic. I poke his cheek, pretending to be scared. Oh, mighty Shinigami, I'm so scared. Please don't take my soul. Ugh, I'm telling you, it was a bad idea. Someone as dull as you probably wouldn't have figured it out after all. Oh yeah? Let's see who gets who first. You look so adorable. I almost feel bad about you getting hurt the other night. Please, I don't want to hear that line, especially from you! I laugh, amused at his reaction. If everything he says is true, then the murders were not his doing. I assume he would not take the effort to torture bodies or dump them in public places carelessly. So far, though, he is the prime suspect of the disappearances. You know, even if I can't stop you, Chain will. I have to deal with him eventually anyway. He's another cursed human? Well, although he is really annoying to deal with, so I'm letting him off the hook for now. You're on his death list. Be careful. He isn't your typical investigator. Why are you telling me this? You're not the bad guy I thought you were, but I'm still against the idea of taking souls. Expect me to haunt you during the day if you do that again. Can't even imagine what the world would be like if no one died. Would you prefer to live a life haunted by creatures or start over with a clean slate? Like I said, the only one bothering me is you. You'd offer to help people instead of being a pest! Besides, Mr. Gas Mask, is there anyone else cursed at school? Maybe haven't found all of them yet. Tell me about the details of the curse. I don't know. After all, you don't ask about the natures of your dish. You just eat it. I do not know if I believe everything Kaichi said. He could have just been trying to trick me into lowering my guard. The encounter with Zeikun comes to mind. I'm sure they're familiar with each other, but I don't know their relationship. By the way, do you know something about the forest demon? No! Don't lie. The first time you kidnapped me, you were nearly shot down by him. I don't know. I'm annoyed that he does not give me any answers, even though it would be obvious he is hiding something. What the fuck? I tackle him on the ground, moving on top of him. Staying quiet, he futilely tries to fend me off. God fucking damn it. This is how I felt when you kidnapped me. Not very nice, huh? Silent. Now spill it. What a forceful person you are. Oh, there's not much I can tell you anyway. I'm not really on good terms with the forest demon. They're the ones who keep seeking out conflict. You should ask them, not me. Perhaps they know something about your curse as well. Ah, what then? If anyone sees us, they think you're trying to assault me. Right. I was just testing the strength of your day form, in case you keep bothering me. Kaichi glares at me, and in response I throw a devilish smirk. The shuffling of feet grabs my attention, and I quickly get off him. A student then passes by, but does a double take. Seeing Kaichi lying on the floor at my feet, he looks back at me and slowly walks away. Kaichi grumbles as he stands up. You're lucky I'm not in my true form. I would have taken you right there. Now excuse me. Before he walks away, he throws a glare at me. I will remember this! I return home, but just before I enter her through the door, my mind wanders off to Chain. Maybe I should warn him that Kaichi is after him, or does he already know? Even if he is prepared, will it make a difference? While making dinner, I hear the doorbell. Who is there? It's rare for me to have visitors this late. When I open the door, a woman stands in front of me. Her eyes are blank, not really staring at anything in particular. Immediately, I know something is not right. A chill runs over my body as I step back with an unease. Hey, aren't you the person who went missing a few days ago? I open my mouth to ask again, but she suddenly leaps at me. Reflexes make me jump to the side, dodging as she dives for the floor. I grab a nearby umbrella and bring it over her head. She lets out a pained groan, and I take this chance to shove her out of the door, which I then promptly slam shut. The woman starts banging on the door from the other side, and I quickly slip the lock in place, fingers trembling. I quickly check the back door in the kitchen and all the windows in the living room. Good, everything's locked. I only relax after the banging on the door stops. What was up with that woman, though? What happened to her? I pull out my phone to dial the police. With every minute, I can hear more groaning and shuffling outside. Oh, my umbrellas. There's more of them. I drop my phone when I see the woman's face outside the window. Her empty gaze meets mine. I have to get out of here. I jump back from the window. I've seen that woman named Emmy in the newspapers listed under missing people. The banging starts up again. The voices behind the front door grow louder, as if multiplying. A chill runs down my spine. If they break in, I am dead meat. I don't know why these people are here and in such weird states too. Perhaps Kaichi was right in saying that I'm being haunted. Kaichi, maybe I could call him for help? Wait, why am I thinking of him? There's no guarantee that he would come to my aid, if I can even find a way to contact him. The police office is the only safe enough place I can think of. At that moment, I hear the sound of shattering glass somewhere. As I predicted, I can't stay here. I clutch my umbrella close as I run through the back door. As I'm running, I look back. A number of people are surrounding my house, and some are already chasing after me. Geez, why am I suddenly being attacked by a bunch of weirdos? Panic scatters my thoughts, and I nearly trip over a crack in the sidewalk. Before I get lost in the darkness, I try to regain my bearings. Turn right. The old house? I forgot the right way. I'm not used to the village at night. Straight on. Right. Is this a joke? Footsteps echo right behind me, and I know they have blocked my way out. I slowly turn to see the crowd of people approaching me like hungry beasts. There are even more of them than before. Their expressions are lifeless, and hey, what? Juicy! Hello! Are you feeling better? Hello! Are you feeling okay, Juicy? I know you were sick. I know that you're probably still sick. You almost threw up this morning. Oof. But yes, I am playing an otome game. We are being chased by weird-ass people. And we are now cornered. Their expressions are lifeless as they walk sluggishly as if drunk. Also, I've been pretty much narrating the whole thing, so my throat is a little sore. Me? Oh God, Juicy. They do not seem human. I hold my umbrella tightly, preparing myself. And though I am outnumbered, I'll fight to my death. Literally me. Oh God. The one in front of the crowd charges to attack, and the rest follow. Did we fucking die? Achievement: Hero with the umbrella. This is on your own grave. You're so Sigma. Oh my God. This feature unlocks after completing all the endings. Oh, this is where our achievements are. So that was one ending out of 16. Hold on. To understand hints given in other routes, I suggest this order: Kurato, Zeikun, Sachiro, or Junodu. Reach all 16 endings to unlock bonus content. TFP Soundwave is very meow meow. Oh God. I mean, Soundwave, if his little pointy ear thingies do look like cat ears a little bit. But that was one of the endings, apparently. Opening theme piano version. Lame death end! Ah, indeed. So, wait, only 13.2% of players have the hero with an umbrella achievement? Rarg! Do you see it slowly going insane? Hello, Obdai Atlas. Oh, there's a guide for the endings. Your best friend is also your Wi-Fi. Oh God. Wife platonic. Okay. Terrace is the Statue of Liberty, but pretties. Right. He does actually you look like the Statue of Liberty. Like 5 minutes in and your grammar is deteriorating. Arg. Well, at least you're at least still somewhat comprehensible right now. So I'm currently scrolling. TF1 Sentinel is a stinky rat man. Exactly! He's smirking at you right now from your poster! Wait, there's extra achievements! Holy umbrellas! He won't get out? Oh god. And they're going to strangle him and throttle him. Twunk. So... Guys, you've drawn Roddy so much that you can do it from memory now? Oh, that's an achievement. So... right, left, right. They should make a little achievement notification for in real life. Yeah. But right now I'm currently looking at a guide for you know, some of the endings for Dark Knights. So every time you do an achievement, you'll get a little notification. Yeah. So... So, in this guide, I have to make multiple saves. Luckily, there's a lot of save slots. Like, 72. But I'm going to go do... What is it, Juicy? You tweaked? But, yeah, I'm going to go do an intermission, and then I'm going to try and do another route. See if I can get another ending. Because right now, we have the hero with an umbrella ending. So, yeah. I'll be back. I need to use the bathroom and refill my water. So, I shall be back. I'm back. Bye, Juicy. I hope you have a good day, and I hope your sick cookies gets better. And that you don't have to feel so nauseous. So I'm going to write down some of the stuff that the guide says. So I have a new notepad since the one I was using before, like around the time that I was streaming Hades. It's on its last legs. Let's just say that. But I have a new one that I can use. So I shall do that. So Zekun, hold on. So it says, to understand hints given in other routes, I suggest this order: Kurato, Zekun, Sachiro, or Junoru. Reach all 16 endings to unlock bonus content. So let me move my microphone. So okay, So it says for a quick time event, right, left, right. So I'm going to put this to the side. Then okay. Let's stay quiet instead. Oh, they end up finding the corpse anyway. Mm-hmm. 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 Why would he bury a body instead of telling the police? Wait. So No, nothing. I'm just a bit concerned. Yeah, I understand how you feel. We should stay away from the forest this time being. I got good luck with the investigations. I hope your dad is not overworking himself with all those reports. He is doing fine. Thank you for worrying. Take care of yourself too. I'll see you at the library. I have many questions I want to ask for Zay-kun, but the forest has been sealed off for investigation. What I saw yesterday still bothers me, and I should not jump to conclusions yet, but it seems obvious that Zay-kun hid the corpse. How did he bury a body instead of telling the police? If this is some weird priest tradition or... But if he really is a murderer, or why does he keep saving me? The whole village is abuzz, yet here you are with a bored expression. What's up with that? My eyes are already glazing over her from my textbook, so Ryoji is a welcome distraction. Is there... Oh. Something is on my mind, but I don't think anyone will listen to me. Tell me, you've got my full attention. I have a few theories about possible suspects, but I need to find more evidence. Care to share? Well, I need more proof before I start accusing people randomly, but I will let you know when I've done more research. Sensible thing to do. I see. Any information about the murderers is appreciated. By the way, those missing people turned up. Most are found already dead. How did they end up in the forest? I don't know, but they're sure to find out soon. Now that the bodies have been discovered, it's only a matter of time before they uncover enough clues to reveal the perpetrator. I had a gut feeling that the forest had something to do with the cases. Thanks for sharing this information with me. Don't overwork yourself, Ryoji. Heh, I can handle it. Right, this is before we realize that the Shinigami is that one student who is like really, really short. Ryoji takes a seat next to me, pulling out some homework from his book bag. I return to my book, noticing an interesting passage. You know, the whole... Right, his thing. I'm kind of just going to... Go study. Tired or not, I will study to keep you get a good mark. Besides, I want to win against Ryoji. One more reason to work harder. Okay. Oh, I could skip to the next choice. Zay-kun route hiding. Back. Gonna ace this test. The offering ritual is held on a seasonal basis. Traditionally, the event was hosted within the Guardian's temple. The villagers brought various kinds of offerings ranging from dumplings, clothes, demon forest, villagers, honkshu, me. Right, the nightmare. Oh, it's Kaichi! Aw, Skelly, did you have a bad dream? Upon hearing a deep voice talk to me, I jolt out of bed and immediately stand up in defensive position, turning my head to the sound. I clearly heard a voice, but nobody's around. It's been a while. Then he materializes! Did you miss me? Maybe you've been dreaming of me. His lips form a twisted smile and his eyes glow red. I have no intention of bantering with him. I rush out of my room knowing that I cannot defeat him alone. Only one person can help me. Oh, I can just skip to the next choice. And find documents for research. And there we go. Corkboard. Shinigami K, Demon X. Oh, that stuff. Dark Cross. List of stuff. And villagers. Then Chain appears. And just the stuff that he explains. Hunting down the creatures. Shinigami. Yeah, the Death Note thing. And we just gotta end the 1 CG. And there we go. More shenaniganery. More of this stuff. And it's Kaichi. And we just do this. This whole thing. Yep, it's Kaichi. Yep, and that is the Shinigami. That's Kaichi. And there we go. And he probably mentions the curses. And there we go. Forest Demon Legend. And one of the cursed people. Yep, can't do shit in his daytime form. And there we go. And more things about curses. And this is fucking CG. And there he goes. And this scene again. So right, left, right. And there we go. Of course, I have to save my progress. And there's more. Yep. Okay, right. Left. Right. Oh! There we go! And we got the achievement for surviving that. Okay. How did I end up here? This is far from the police office. I never knew there was a temple in the forest. I glanced back to see the crowd of people still following me. There's even more of them than before. Judging from the sluggish way they move, something is off. Great, I've got drunkards chasing after me. This better be a joke. I can hide out in the temple, but I have a feeling these people will not stop there. Using self-defense against them shouldn't be an issue, right? Suddenly, a few of them pop out in front of me. Oop. I thought I had lost them, but in fact, there are more of them quietly roaming in the forest. With them right on my heels, I rush out to the temple yard. I may be doing myself by being in the center of a wide open area, but at least I will not be caught off guard by any surprise attacks. I tie my grip on my umbrella handle and leap forward, swinging it left and right. Chills run across my body when I feel the impact of metal against bone. Surprisingly, they are weaker than I thought and go down very easily. I try not to think about it when they do not stand back up. I continue hitting and spinning, but there are too many, and I end up surrounded. Heaving, I look around at all of them with a glare, not feeling scared anymore. You guys are really nothing compared to the games I fought during freshman year. One comes close to biting a chunk of my arm off, but I bat him aside. When he falls, it leaves a gap in the crowd that allows me to continue carving an escape path. I'm almost free from the crowd when a hand suddenly grabs my ankle. Caught off guard, I fall back and hit the cold grass, losing my umbrella in the process. I hear a strange noise behind me, followed by a short silence. Turning around, I see dozens of faintly glowing streams covering the entire area. They seem to gather in bunches, with some intersecting each other, but all of them are attached to a part of each person in the crowd. I cannot tell where the streams originate, but it seems to pin the crowd in place. Taking the chance, I scramble for my umbrella, which I find at the feet of one person, and resume throwing blows. The stream fades as soon as I strike one down. After a while, the whole field is full of unmoving bodies. Woo! That was tough. Are you okay? It's Seikun! He jumps off the roof of the temple and approaches me. Was he the one pulling those glowing streams? I try to thank him, but the pain in my leg cuts me off. I look down and see a hole in my thigh! High sock! Showing a gash in my knee. Right, I hurt myself during that fall earlier. Great job luring those freaks here. Hearing the sarcasm in his voice, I puffed my cheeks. Thanks, I could have died on my way here. By the way, do you have any idea what happened to those people? I don't get why they were all after me. They were possessed and probably... Just... Jesse! Oh, God. But anyway, I was able to figure out how to, with the guide, how to not get the death ending. So now, we're at the temple. They were possessed and probably had no idea what they were doing. Just wanted to say that you're gonna take a nap because you almost threw up again. Oh, God. Hope you have a good nap, though. And that hopefully you feel better soon. Good night, Jusai. Good night, Jusai. Hope you feel better soon. Keyword, hopefully. I glance down at the field and Zeikun follows my gaze. Guessing from what I've seen, they were already dead to start with. You don't have to feel guilty about this. I nod but still can't avert my gaze from the bodies. Thank you for earlier. Silence. The silence feels awkward. Perhaps it might be better if I just return home. I wave at him before turning around to take my leave. The pain in my leg makes me stop and grit my teeth. Ow, my knee. I know that feeling very well, given my chronic pain. Zeikun takes a few steps towards me and quietly kneels down, examining where I hurt myself. I feel a bit embarrassed at how close he is. Stay with me for tonight. Wait, As he stands up, he knocks the back of my knees, making me lose my balance and fall backwards. I almost shout at him, but then he catches me in his arms, lifting me bridal style. Unlike last time, where he treated me like a bag of potatoes, he is surprisingly gentle. Where are we going? To my residence. He heads into the temple confidently, unbothered by the darkness. I didn't expect you to live here. You didn't think I lived in a cave, did you? No. He carefully puts me on the ground, then kneels in front of me. He takes my leg and pulls down my sock. The dried blood pulls at the wound, making me wince. Hey! The intense look on his face makes me look away instead. I don't need to look at the wound to know that the cut's pretty bad. He places his hand on the wound and I feel the area growing hot. It feels strange but comfortable. A few seconds later, I turn to see him like... Yep, I'm still alive, trying to get another ending because I got the death ending. I turn to see him wiping the blood off my knee with a cloth. The cut has closed perfectly, without a scar or blemish, as if it never got cut. What is this sorcery? Welp indeed. How did I die? Quick time event! I died by a quick time event. It did give me an achievement, though. Are you hurt anywhere else? No, I'm totally fine. Thank you, Zeikun. Did you just heal me? That's amazing. You're like a saint. I'm not dead yet. Besides, I'm far from being holy. Without further explanation, Zeikun suddenly stands and walks away. I thought he left, but a moment later he returns with my umbrella. There are a few bloodstains on it, but it's still in one piece. Thank you for fetching it. Zeikun sits opposite me and lets out a sigh. Let's call it a day and get some rest. Tomorrow you're going to help me bury those corpses. So that's the true reason you wanted me to stay. You knocked them down, so take responsibility for it! But of course, I know you are horrified and feel guilty, but burying them is the best you can do. These people won't rest in peace until you burn or bury their bodies. Fine, I'll do it. Even with the pain in my leg gone, I can't think about sleeping. Glancing at Zeikun, I realize it's a good time as I need to talk. By the way, are you aware that the police are investigating the forest? There are a lot of them. I was worried. Worried about me? Well, I saw you burying a corpse a few days ago, and... I quickly covered my mouth before pointing that out. Zeikun's eyes flash in the darkness, and he suddenly leans over me. His large body looming over me makes me feel like I'm caged in. I freeze up. Did I hit a nerve? We hit a nerve. Staring down into my eyes, he speaks in a serious tone. Did you think I killed those missing people? He gets straight to the point. His eyes look intense, almost threatening. I take a deep breath and answer him honestly. That's what I saw, but to be honest, I don't know the details of what happened. I wanted to ask you about it before jumping to conclusions. I wanted to trust that you're a good person. His gaze stays on me for a few more seconds. His expression softens and he pulls away. No one has ever said that about me before. Maybe I was too quick to judge you. He sits down, mumbling softly. I want to know more about him, but I might hit landmine if I dig too deep. Indeed. I know you are trying to help, but don't involve yourself further. It's too late. I'm already involved. Not for long if you continue like this. Not only are you fragile, you're walking, on a tightrope above death. You almost drowned, fell from the sky, and got chased by the undead. And I warned you from the beginning to stay out of this forest. Hey, the last two weren't my fault. It doesn't matter what's your fault. Maybe you're the one who's bad luck. Yes, I cursed you, so don't come back. He fucking cursed us? No matter what I say, he keeps pushing me away. It starts to get annoying, but I persist. No, I won't leave until this whole mess is solved. Don't you know that the body count rises every week? The village is dear to me, and I want to protect my friends. I don't want to end up as a victim either. I have a good feeling that something in the forest is related to these misfortunes. You're still going on about the demon? It might not be a demon, but I'm certain something is going around killing people. We continue to argue until it gets late. Everything is dark around me. I fumble around looking for something to grasp, but there is nothing but empty space. Huh? Where is Zekun? Something lights up in the distance, and it takes me a second to realize it is a raging fire! I hear angry shouting in the same direction. Hurriedly, I go closer to check. A red-haired person comes into view running past me, and I realize that it is Zekun. The voices get louder and closer, almost as if they are chasing after him. Oh no! I reach out my hand, trying to grasp him. I slowly open my eyes, realizing it was a dream. There is something red and fuzzy in front of me. I blink a few times until my vision clears and I'm facing Zekun's annoying face! What? I hold something soft in my hand, and I quickly realize it is Zekun's braid! I was just checking on you because you were groaning in your sleep. Don't let go of my hair! I immediately release his braid, my cheeks turning red. I never imagined I would do such an embarrassing thing. Oh God. Oh dear, oh God. Now that you're awake, come with me. What? And he leaves! It is early in the morning and he called me to bury corpses. But of course! Zekun hands me a shovel to dig holes. Are you for real? I'll carry the bodies, you bury them. Why not report this to the police? They said they were already dead. Perhaps if we explain that to them, they can find the original murderer. And the villagers would panic if these bodies turned up. Panic is troublesome. The field looks like a mass murder has taken place. Just how would you explain this with your bloodstained umbrella and clothes? Self-defense? Hearing it aloud makes me aware of how ridiculous it sounds. There is no way I can talk my way out of it. Yeah. Definitely no way to really talk out of that situation. Indeed I will. Indeed I will. No way to talk out of it. The investigators will look at their bruises and conclude they were beaten to death. Who do you think they'd turn to then? It's better to bury them so their souls can at least find peace. Their families won't. They'll keep waiting for them to be found. He starts lifting one of the bodies, piling it on top of another. I sigh deeply, deciding not to press the issue and wait for him to grab as many bodies as he can carry. Then I follow him deep into the forest. God, this is exhausting. My arms are burning, but I can't relax with this huge responsibility on my shoulders. I continue digging. The souls of these people can rest in peace after they're buried. It's the least we can do for them. A short while after, Zaykun finishes carrying all the bodies from the field. I can't dig fast enough, so he gets another shovel and joins me. I was wondering, how long have you been at this? Only recently. This has been bothering me for a while, but a news article mentioned 2 bodies being found in a river linked to this forest. Do you have a clue about what happened to them? You never stop asking questions! 'Cause I'm curious. Like that one monkey. Fine. It's rather unpleasant though. Do you remember those missing tourists a couple of weeks back? I think they got too close to the water and slipped, and then got swept into the rapids further downstream. Even rocks get crushed into sand grains, so they didn't survive. I couldn't save them. I silently listened to Zaykun. All this time, there had been rumors that they were killed or mysteriously kidnapped. To think it was just a tragic accident. Why don't you join the investigators if you're on the same side? Those people shouldn't get involved. And I don't like them! Understandable! You keep telling others not to get involved, but what about yourself? Zaykun stops and narrows his eyes at my words. It's a warning, but I can't stop being curious. You know, if you're the forest demon, it explains everything. More silence. But I know you're not. They say the demon has horns and anyone can see. You clearly don't have those. I also heard that there are priests in the village, but there was no mention of one who decides to live inside the forest. More silence! I'm going to keep guessing since you won't tell me. Zaykun lets out a sigh and continues to dig. I remember that night you saved me from the Shinigami. For a moment, I thought you had superpowers or something, but I was half asleep at the time. He freezes for a moment, then turns his back to me. He does not say anything. We continue digging for the whole day and only finish burying the bodies when the sun sets. I feel hungry and thirsty. Right as the thought crosses my mind, Zaykun produces a wild peach out of nowhere! Offering it to me. Let's move it at the temple. Let's head back. It surprises me how much food he has hidden in the temple. Mostly fruit, but I am too hungry to care and eagerly dig in. They are delicious, and I find myself feeling full in no time. I glance over at Zaykun when I realize he has not taken a single bite. I'm fine, he says. We sit by the temple entrance staring at the sky. The colors of the sunset reflect the bloody field before us. I clear the fruit peels before continuing our conversation. I'm glad I bumped into you. I didn't mean to though. I was just running from those weird people and somehow ended up here. They showed up out of nowhere and tried to break into my house. Escaping was my only option. I thought you might know something about them. It's like you don't know how to sit still and be quiet. Please tell me anything you know. Zaykun crosses his arms and looks down at me. To be honest, I don't know anything. I only watch from the sidelines and clean up the mess. And even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you anyway. You aren't useful in the least. Unlike you, I want to help and find out what happened to them. What have you been doing all this time? Just burying corpses? From his indifferent shrug and cold gaze, he must not care about solving the case. Yes. Honestly, I don't want to get involved either. That's kind of understandable. Although, I wish everyone would just leave me alone. Ah yes, the true introvert's desire. To be left the fuck alone. His voice fades at his last sentence. For some reason that made me feel guilty. I decided to stop pressing him for now. Shortly after I go home, it has gotten late and the streets are already empty. I wish I could call the police, but after what Zaykun told me, I feel hesitant. Before I enter my house, I inspect the exterior. I spot a broken glass flower pot in the corner, but the windows indoors seem to be untouched. The sight of my house makes me nervous. I walk around to make sure no one else is skulking around it. When I get inside, I notice that the door lock has been broken, but it is otherwise intact. The scratch marks from fingernails in the wood remind me of the fear I felt. I should call someone in the morning for now. I'll just prop a chair under the doorknob. My attackers also overturned a lamp, scattering my books and magazines all over the floor. But the damage is surprisingly not as bad as I expected. Using a flashlight, I examined the house from inside out. Fortunately, there are no broken windows. I'm in the middle of picking up the magazines when I hear the phone ringing and rush to pick it up. Hello, it's me. Hey, Ryoji here. Sorry to call so late, but is there any chance Ikuya is with you? No, why? I told her to come over yesterday, but she never arrived. I tried calling her phone, but she didn't pick up. Is she missing? Her brother contacted me earlier. Apparently, she didn't go home last night. Oh God, she's missing too. That sure is odd. It's not like Ikuya to run off without saying something. Should we search for her? Yeah, in fact, I'm on my way to your place. It's pretty late. Wouldn't you make your dad worry? He probably won't come home tonight because of work. But of course. Let's meet at the library instead. By the way, I think someone broke in at my place. I don't think anything was stolen, but the living room is a mess. I'll report it for you and have some investigators look into it later. A short while later, we both arrive at the library building and discuss where we should start looking. We have no clue where he could be. Do you think she got lost or something? She knows her way around this village better than I do. There's no way she'd get lost. Maybe she followed some strangers. She could be in danger. I mean, there are endless possibilities. I'm worried she doesn't know any self-defense moves. We walk around the village into the wee hours of the night, but our search was to no avail. Unless she was kidnapped, the only place left to look is in the forest. Let's call it a night and continue tomorrow. The streets aren't safe around this time. Should we report this to the police or your dad? Missing people normally have to be gone for 3 days before the police can accept the report, but I'm sure my dad will make an exception. We'll look into it as soon as possible. Be careful on your way home in the meantime. And you too. On my way home, I mutter to myself, where could Ikuya have gone? I do hope she's okay. The past few days have been so eventful, I paid no attention to you. I'm so sorry, Ikuya. My friend still has not been found after a few days. Even her brother, who he is closest to, does not know where she is. The police have already begun to look for her. Though we have been told not to worry, Ryoji and I have not given up our search for Ikuya. We investigate the village every day, and at night we pray for her safe return. Now it is exam week, which is a nice distraction. I take a deep breath as Mr. Blanchett hands out exam papers from the front of the classroom. Ryoji leans towards me, speaking in a hushed voice, all secretively, of course, since we cannot talk while the exam is going to start. Hey Skelly, do you have your maid costume ready? Yes, I prepared a special one for you. I'm not letting my studying go to waste. Exams end and it is time for lunch break. Ryoji approaches my desk. How did the exams go? Naturally, it was easy. I'm sure I'll get a higher score than you. Don't get your hopes up just yet. We'll see what the results say. Of course. After school, Ryoji and I revisited certain spots in the village, hoping to find any clues to Ikuya's whereabouts. I feel like it's my fault. If I didn't invite her that day, she would be safe with us right now. Don't blame yourself, you couldn't have known. Even the cops are having trouble. Time is ticking and it's frustrating not being able to do anything. I pat his back to comfort him. I am just as worried about Ikuya as he is. This is the first time something like this has happened. We searched the whole day, but it is futile once more. I hope Ikuya has been eating. It's already been days. Shane should know something about tracking people since it's his job. Maybe I should ask him. I visit his house and ring the doorbell, but there is no answer. Then again, it is already night. He could be out on a case. If he is, then he might still be busy. I should not disturb him. The police have been investigating the forest. Maybe I can check there too. I would call Yoshi to join me, but I don't want to bother him. I know he's been searching without me. He looked really tired at school earlier. As I walk through the forest, I notice that there are no investigators around. I did not expect them to go home this early. Well, at least there's no one to stop me from looking around. Zekun pops up in my mind. He's like the forest guardian. He would notice right away if anyone entered the forest. Maybe he even knows I'm here right now. He won't be happy to see me, but if there is the slightest chance he saw Ikuya, I have to ask him. Oh, it's getting dark. Yeah, so the echo of gunshots in the distance draws my attention, so I head in that direction. Following the sound through the dark trees leads me to the old temple. Shane walks backwards across the field, raising his gun at the temple like a warning. I can't see very well from where I am, but I recognize Zekun's figure standing by the entrance. They seem to be watching each other. When Shane reaches the edge of the field, he puts down a body, which he had been carrying over his shoulder against a tree. That's Ikuya! As Shane runs closer to the temple, I go straight for her. No wounds, scratches, or any bleeding. Her skin looks a bit dehydrated, but her clothes are clean. Thank goodness she doesn't look hurt. Judging from the long pauses between her breaths, she seems to be asleep. A part of me is relieved, but it is too early to cheer. Hearing gunshots again, I turn around and my jaw drops at what I see. Out on the field in front of the temple, Shane wields dual guns! He fires without pause, but struggles to follow Zekun's incredible speeds. Zekun uses the temple monuments for cover, dashing closer and closer until he leaps upward in a sudden attack. Arrows appear above his palms where he extended his arms. They emit a faint glow at first, then light up in flames as he launches them into the air. Shane crosses his arms over his head, using them as a shield. Some arrows strike his guns and simply bounce off. Some zip past him, and others pierce right into his clothes, leaving behind blood-stained tears. They seem equally matched, each strike made with ruthless precision. The speed of their battle is so dizzying I can barely follow it. At this rate, someone will die. I try shouting at them, but they don't seem to hear me. I have to stop them somehow. I feel like I'm jumping into a car crash, but I can't think of anything else. Let's hold Zekun back. When I get the chance, I dash forward and wrap my arms around Zekun. His arrows stop in midair and disappear in a flash. What are you doing? Stopping you from fighting. Oh, the gunshot interrupts the silence and Zekun jerks away to dodge, pulling me with him. My arms instinctively cling tighter to him. With more bullets, Zekun continues to move, running across the field as he throws more arrows and changes direction. Everything zips by in a blur and the cold air stings my face. I feel like I might get flung into the distance if I let go. So high and fast. If you don't let go, you'll get hurt. If I let go, physics might hurl me away, which might be worse, so no thanks. Anyway, please stop this pointless fight. I don't want to see you hurt either. Zekun stiffens and slows down after hearing this. Suddenly, he twists around and holds me tightly. And I do not understand why until I hear another shot. He groans and grits his teeth, his nails piercing into my skin. Did he just use himself as a shield to cover me? Why are you on the demon's side? Wait, is he referring to Zekun? Shane approaches us, his dual guns raised at us. I try to tug Zekun away, but he mercilessly shoots a few times into Zekun's leg. Zekun staggers back, and I put my arm around him so that he does not fall. I turn back to Shane, who just coldly stares at us. Shane, what the hell? Now you can't escape anymore. Let's wrap this up. He really doesn't care who gets killed in his personal crusade. He holsters one of his guns only to pull out a golden knife from under his jacket. There is murder in his eyes, and for some reason he looks in my direction. I cannot tell what he is up to. Shane, without hesitation, he throws a sharp knife at me. Terrified, I raise my arms to cover my head. It takes a few seconds to realize I did not get hit. That's very low. When I look up, I see Zekun has moved in front of me. He holds the knife in his bare hand, blood seeping through his fingers. I knew you would catch it for her. Well, it was a decoy. Oh, God. Oh, and there is several knives sticking out of his legs. Dear God. Dark liquid oozes out, staining his clothes. It's horrific to look at. Zagun simply pulls the knives out and throws them away. He turns his head just enough to glare at me and speaks in a stern voice. You better leave now. Only if you run with me. Please don't continue this fight. Zagun thinks about it. His eyes flicker to Chain for a second. Finally, he lowers his arms and steps back. As promised, I release him and look around, wondering where to go. Chain suddenly pulls out his guns and fires. I let out a small scream as I watched Zagun fall to the ground before me. A pool of dark liquid forms underneath his feet. For a moment, I thought he was dead, but he's still moving. Humph. Chain takes his time to reload his guns, then aims for another shot. I stand in front of Zagun to block him. Eyes on me, he unexpectedly fires at me, and my heart skips a beat. The bullet whizzes past me, missing. It does not scare me. I am determined to protect Zagun. Why are you trying to kill him? Have you never heard of the forest demon? It is obvious. Just look at him. No human could move with wounds like that. His blood is not even red. I don't understand your reason for defending him. So what if he is a demon? Everything written about the demon is negative. His reputation is so bad that I cannot find any logical reason to argue with Chain, but I might as well try. Then I feel something against my back, and in the blink of an eye, Zagun runs past me towards Chain. Oh, another CG. The aura around him and his appearance has changed. Oh, he has horns and pointy ears now. 2 horns are on either side of his head, and his eyes glow a faint red in the dark. His crimson hair seems to dance around him like flames as he moves. It matches the wild look of the arrows that have appeared around him again. His torn clothes match his fierce aura, more stylish than worn. He really is a demon. Chain blocks just in time, and their battle starts again. The flow is different this time. Zagun is on the offensive. Despite his wounded body, he moves even faster than before. I watch in amazement as the arrows fly towards Chain at rapid speed. Most of them connect to their target. It is a miracle that Chain manages to dodge some of them. Zagun's reckless attacks leave him open to Chain's knife, but nothing seems capable of slowing the demon down. Their exchanges are so fast that my eyes can't follow. Their clothes are dripping with blood, but they seem to not notice their wounds. Neither of them seem to be winning yet, but it is not long before I notice that Zagun's movements are becoming sluggish. He seems exhausted. Before the fight can conclude, Zagun flees into the trees. Chain stares at the darkness where Zagun had disappeared. I thought he would go after him, but suddenly he sinks down to his knees and starts coughing. My legs only move after the attention slips away from the scene. Chain! Whose side are you on? I'm not on any side. I told you to stop. Jumping in the middle of a fight and defending that demon. Damn my lungs! Chain unbuttons his blood-stained shirt. I see open flesh wounds and blood gushing out. He must be in a lot of pain, but only soft groans leading out of his mouth. I'm bringing him to the hospital right now. He pushes my hand away and shakes his head. Too late now. What do you mean too late? You can't be. I can tell I'm beyond recovery. Damn that demon. Why do you trust him? Chain keeps coughing and I can see blood on his lips? How? I reach for my cell phone, but Chain holds me back. He will not let me do anything. I do not know what else to do. Never mind, this is my end. Shh, don't talk too much. It'll get worse. Do you have any requests? I do not want to be remembered. Burn or bury this body, whatever. Eh? Before I can ask why, Chain slowly closes his eyes and his body goes limp and heavy. And he's fucking dead. Chain is now dead. I stay with him for a while as his face turns pale and his hands get colder. I hope some miracle would happen, but he doesn't move at all. Womp womp, the man is dead. Another corpse for the corpse pile. Chain is dead. I hold his dead body feeling anxious. What should I do? Call the police? He said he doesn't want to be remembered. Does that mean I should not tell anyone about this? Maybe I can find a clue in his belongings. I do not touch his knives and weapons and simply leave him on the ground beside him. While going through his pockets, I noticed that he has more injuries than I thought. Shane never left his back exposed, yet he has wounds and bruises covering his entire back. The dried blood indicates that they are not recent. They cannot be from his battle with Zaykun. Did he fight something else before coming here? I find a note hidden in his inner pocket. To the finder of this body, do not let anyone know. Burn or bury it. He actually prepared for such a moment. Shane, how could you have known? It occurs to me that those undead people may still be around. Shane could have fought them. He asked me to bury or burn his body. Why would he want such a thing? Is he worried about coming back as an undead monster? Shane, I'm so sorry. In the end, I cannot bring myself to burn his body. It does not feel right. Besides, I do not have the materials for it. Starting a fire could also go wrong. After remembering where Zaykun stashed the shovels from the other day, I find a good spot behind the temple and start digging. Even if it takes the entire night, I will fulfill his request. It feels strange to bury someone I know. Even though we were never close, I feel very sad. A few hours later, I place flowers on his grave and whisper goodbye. Thank you for protecting me when you did. I hope you rest in peace here. Ikia is still unconscious. I feel bad for leaving her alone for so long, but so much has happened that I cannot begin to process it all. Carrying her on my back, I go back to the village and bring her home. The next day, I report her status to the police via phone. Where did you find the girl? Just on the street last night. I don't know what happened to her. She still hasn't woken up. I see. We'll give her a call soon and ask about the details. Thank you for telling us. Drinking more water. Hey, you live in the Haikyo neighborhood, right? Yes. Have you seen Shane around? He's one of the guards there, and we haven't heard of him. No. Chapter 3, Lonely Dream. Okay. Steam Guide. Lonely Demon, actually, apparently. On my way to the lockers, I see a large crowd surrounding someone. As I get closer, I realize it's Ikuya. She looks overwhelmed. I heard you got kidnapped. Did you see his face? How did they abduct you? I can't believe us students are being targeted. How did you even manage to escape? Jeez, give her a break! I forcefully push my way through the crowd and take Ikuya's hand, pulling her away. Whoa! We stop after we get a distance away and I turn to look at Ikuya properly. How are you feeling today? Actually, you should be resting. I have so many things to tell you. You must hear this. Now? Yeah, they just pulled you away so you wouldn't feel pressured to talk about it so soon. Don't you want to hear this? I got kidnapped for a few days and returned unscathed. Isn't that unbelievable? Don't act like you took a vacation. Yoshi and I were so worried about you. We searched everywhere we could think of and then some. What happened to you? Let me think. It happened in the evening while I was on my way to Ryoji's place. I met this boy and talked to him for a while. He was asking for directions about some kind of haunted house. I'm not really sure. Everything went black after we departed, and the next thing I remember, I was being carried on the back of a crimson-haired man! It was Zaykun! He was really handsome, but with the way he was so rough with me, you'd think I was a sack of potatoes or something. That sounds just like Zaykun. What did he do to you? Oh, he didn't have any bad intentions, I think. He just brought me to a temple and told me I'd be safe from danger there. Not knowing how to reply to that, I can only nod as I listen. I don't know how much time has passed because it was so dark inside, but then a creepy guy with a gas mask burst through the doors and tried to take me with him. My memories are so fuzzy when I try to remember. It feels like there's something missing. It's okay, you probably need more rest. Thanks for telling me. Alright, the crimson-haired man was really nice. He even gave me fruit! What I got from her story is that someone kidnapped her, but Zaykun came to her rescue and kept her safe in the forest temple in case of a second attack. She must have caught wind of Ikia being in the temple and misunderstood the situation, resulting in their fight. My gut tells me it was Kaiichi who took Ikia, but I consider the possibility that someone else could be after her. Whoever it was, they may try again now that Ikia is back. I can't rely on Chain anymore, so I have to protect her myself. How about you stay at my place? We can have some fun together and I can keep an eye on you in case anything happens. I don't need protecting, but sure, I'll go anyway. I feel slightly offended at the first part of the sentence. Hey, make a good bodyguard. If anyone is a good bodyguard, it would be me. Oh, Leo, are you going to? Great, we could have a sleepover. Wait, what? It's been so long since we've been to Skelly's house, hasn't it? Iku, you can't just... Wait, I'm still lost. What's this about a sleepover? Ikia smiles brightly and loops her arms around mine and Ryoji's, pulling us close. In truth, I doubt Ikia really feels fine about this situation, so this sleepover would be a good distraction for her. Besides, it really has been a while since the three of us hung out together outside of class. We plan a sleepover for tomorrow because Ryoji has job-related duties for today. Oh, it's her. After I enter my room, I drop myself to bed. I feel so tired after what happened last night. While staring out into the backyard, I remember the last time it rained this heavily. I haven't expected Seikun to knock on the door again. I wonder how Seikun is doing. I saw he suffered quite a few injuries. I go to the forest, but knowing him, he would just tell me to get lost. There are too many things on my mind. I shake my head, feeling weary, and draw the curtains. Next day! I get ready for the sleepover after class. The guest room is already prepared for Ryoji, and I haul an extra mattress into my room for Ikuya. It does not take long before the first person arrives. After opening the door for Ikuya, she gazes around the living room with narrowed eyes. Your place looks smaller than I remember. You're the one who got bigger. Time sure flies fast. Ikuya drops her buffle bag. I think they made a typo. I think they meant to say duffel bag. But she drops her duffel bag close to the table and takes a seat. I go to the kitchen to grab something to drink. Suddenly, Ryoji pops up behind Ikuya and grabs her shoulders, causing her to jump. Boo! God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it, Ryoji! Ikuya twists around to glare at him. I just got traumatized from the attempted kidnapping. Did you really have to? That's why you should always stay on guard. I was right behind you, but you didn't turn around when I called your name. As Ryoji moves to the couch, he trips over Ikuya's bag and stumbles away! That's what you get! Ugh. Thanks, Karma. I return to the living room, seeing my friends banter. You're here early, Ryoji. I thought your after-school activities didn't end until later. They don't, but I have told them that I have more important things to do. Like scaring the life out of your friend. I'm glad we're your first priority. By the way, I requested a guard for Ikuya, but it seems the police is lacking in staff. Apparently, they can't get in contact with one of the investigators, and they're scrambling for his replacement. So I volunteered myself, and no one opposed it. Ryoji glances at Ikuya with a chuckle. I think I'm doing a great job so far. You didn't even notice me. Something shifts in Ikuya's eyes, and I know she's thinking about the past few days. I don't think anything is going to happen so soon, but you don't have to be scared anymore, Ikuya. With you two around, there's no reason for me to be scared. She smiles innocently and pokes us playfully. Ryoji and Ikuya leave their bags upstairs, and we sit together in the living room, chatting about the things we have recently been into. The three of us do not get to see each other very often after school. On top of his class president and club duties, Ryoji frequently helps out his dad at the police office. Meanwhile, Ikuya has been taking care of her brother, who is easily prone to sickness. I have such busy lives compared to my own dull routine. It feels like time has been moving for everyone except me. What about you? What have you been doing? I look up and blink at him. Nothing much, I've just been at home. That is a lie. So boring, it is a lie. A boring lie. Why who joined the club. You're welcome in any of mine. We're always looking for new members. None of them really catch my interest. Then make new friends! I'm already happy with you too. What about her boyfriend? Actually, I haven't heard anything about your love life. The boyfriend question makes my cheeks flush red. Oh, unless you already have one. She looks very mischievous. I'm just thinking of her with the colon-3 face. Like, hee hee. Ikia gives a mischievous smile, and I turn to Leoji for help, but he seems curious as well. Oh, is Leoji not allowed to hear? What? Or Skelly, could it be? Leoji himself is involved? Ikia wistfully sighs, looking at me, and then Leoji like she is looking at a car crash. The hopeless destiny of love between childhood friends. I shake my head and sigh. Ikia will not let this go until she is satisfied, so I decide to make something up. There is someone I like, but he is very reserved, and I don't often get to speak with him. So you want to spice up the relationship, huh? Relationship? We're just acquaintances. This is the first time I heard you talk about anyone like that. He must be pretty special. Yoji, you're the relationship expert. Give her some advice! You must be joking. I've never been in a relationship before. You know, they're horrible at these kinds of stuff. Shenanigans. Always shenanigans. Well, let's say you're in a situation where someone likes you. What do you like them to do? He scratches his head, blushing a little. Both Ikia and I look at him attentively. I was not expecting this conversation to turn out this way, but now we are at it. I would like them to be straightforward to avoid confusion. In other words, you would have to tell me in person. That approach might be too direct. Well, it isn't as simple as that. How would someone know if you don't say it directly? Skelly, be yourself around him and act natural. It's better when the person you like is a good friend at the same time. Gentlemen, that's when you get friend-zoned before getting a chance! What the hell, Ikia? I don't think my bad habits should be a part of my charm. Don't worry, that makes you the cute Skelly we know. Feeling flattered, I smile at them. Recent events have been getting to me, but talking to my friends cheers me up. It is what makes me think about how my life has turned around after meeting Zaykoon. We frequently bump into each other, so I consider Zaykoon more of an acquaintance than a friend. So then why do I keep worrying about him? Do I actually like him? I just want to keep him company since he seems alone all the time. He ish Mr. Won't we? He ish the lonely man. The man of the lonelies. A lonely man. I think he is just misunderstood. I want him to know that not everyone thinks of him the same way. I want to see him again. After night falls, I make dinner for Leoji and Ikuya. I feel like having dessert, but I do not have any at home. I'm going to the convenience store. I'll be right back. Do you want me to go with you? Nah, I can handle it. It isn't that late and there's not much to buy anyway. With a bag filled with ice cream and delicious treats, I march back home. I'm sure they'll be overjoyed with their favorite treats. Benoy! It's the creature! When I turn the corner, I bump into something large and furry. I step back and dazed at what stands before me. A huge beast, it looks familiar somehow. It's the Benoy! There are people passing by, but none of them seem to notice it. Could it be that I'm the only one who can see it? The beast glances at me for a second, then dashes away in the opposite direction. It reminds me of the cat creature I met once before, but this one's a lot bigger. I want to chase it again, but I changed my mind. My friends are waiting for dessert, and it's getting dark. I wonder if this is what Zaykoon meant about spirits within the village. Hey, I'm back! Where are they? It's oddly silent. I go upstairs to hear voices from my room. Leoji, be careful, please. I'm doing my best. Besides, this was your suggestion. Ah, this is so difficult. Fine, I'll do it. I hear both of them heaving sighs. Ow, that's my hair! Whoops. Maybe we should move the drawer for more space. That way I can reach for it better. There's no more space. Never mind, you're not making any progress. Move aside. Okay, almost. No more. Whoa. Seriously, what are they doing in there? I enter my room and turn on the switch. I find Ikea standing in the middle of the room. The OG is on his knees, exhaustion clear on his face. Skelly, you're finally back. My two friends making weird noises in the dark. This isn't what you think it is. Ikea was acting silly and wanted to put her bunny hair bow on me. I was trying to get it off, but accidentally got it stuck behind the drawers. The clutch bumped against the light switch. I told her to find the switch, but she insisted that I had to get her hair bow first. Talk about troublesome. Everything's fine now. Oh, the OG had already got it back for me. Hee hee. I shake my head at these two. Even after all these years, they still act like children. Don't fumble around in the dark. You could have bumped into something and hurt yourself. And concussed. Boo, I just finded my bunny bow back. It's a precious gift from my brother. We head back to the living room to dig into the food I bought from the store. We chat for a bit longer until we start to feel sleepy. I pull Ikea to my room. The OG starts to follow us, but I stop him, pointing to the guest room. Why am I the only one sleeping in a different room? I don't want you to stare at us while we're changing. What kind of person do you think I am? A closet. He rolls his eyes, stifling a small laugh. But it's not fair that you two are having fun in the other room. It's so lonely. Shut up and be lonely! I pushed him into the guest room and closed the door. Aw, poor Leoji. He has no choice. My room can't fit 3 people. I'm sure he understands. Aw, this takes me back to elementary school sleepovers we had. We should do this more often. It's so fun. Yeah, I agree. With Ikea beside me, I don't have to worry about her. Shortly after, I fall asleep with a smile. A strange noise suddenly wakes me up. I open my eyes and rub my face. When my blurry vision clears up, I see someone bent over me with a wide grin. It's him! It's this fucker again! Why is Kai here? He covers my mouth with his hand before I can scream. Moves his face closer, he whispers. I wasn't expecting you to wake up. It's interesting how easily you pick up my presence compared to everyone else. Thank you for freeing me the other cursed soul. It saved me the trouble of searching for her? Again? I wrestle against his grip, but he effortlessly grabs my wrist with his other hand. Ikea, you... What? Yes, it was me. This time I will take you both. Like hell that's happening. Yes, it will. Unfortunately, our game ends here. No way. He can read my thoughts. I need to get him away from Ikuya. While Kachi has been down my arms, I can still move my legs. I forcefully shove a knee into his guts, causing him to pull back. It's only then that I realize he is floating a few inches above me. I grab Kaichi by the arm as I throw open the window, shoving him out of my room. I quickly slam it shut before he could react. What the heck? I wait for him to materialize back inside my room, but he remains outside, frowning at me. He can appear and disappear as he likes, but it must only work for places with entry points. Suddenly, he flies downward. It will not be long before he returns. I have to get him away from the house. I leap off my bed and silently head for the guest room. I barge in without knocking and shake Leoji awake. The kidnapper is here. Stay here and protect Ikea while I lure him away. Skelly, what? His sleepy face looks at me in confusion, but sensing the urgency in my voice, he nods. Taking an umbrella with me as a weapon, I head out. It's not like I wanted to kill Kaichi, but he's being very annoying right now. And a good conk on the head might do him some good. I have not done any research on ways to stop a Shinigami, but I'm sure he must have some kind of weakness. Oh, you're taking me on alone. I feel his breath on the back of my neck. In surprise, I turn around and swing my umbrella, but I hit nothing. He then appears before me, smirking as black smoke rises from his shadow. Knowing him and his dirty tricks, I decide to run into the street. I wish I had powers like Deku, and this is hardly a fair match. After a while, I turn my head and realize that Kaichi is right behind me. When he reaches an arm out to me, I think I'm done for. Then something jumps between us, causing Kaichi to pull back. It's the spirit I saw earlier. He stands protectively before me and growls at Kaichi. I see you've brought company and that it'll help you. He raises an arm and his size suddenly materializes in his hand. Without communication, the two start to fight. Kaichi's attacks are grand, but the spirit slips through them smooth like butter. I worry about the spirit, but it seems to be defending itself well. However, it cannot seem to land an attack on its own. Wanting to help, I wait for an opening before I leap forward, swinging my umbrella at Kaichi. He dodges and moves away from either of us, lowering his scythe. 2 against 1 isn't exactly fair, says the one who uses his Shinigami powers whenever he wants. You're always so amusing. This is a waste of time. I'm better off taking an easier prey. He turns away and heads back in the direction of my house. Oh no, he's after Ikuya. I bow politely to the spirit before rushing back home. The house is silent when I get back. I go upstairs to find Ikuya still asleep with Yoji sitting on the floor beside her. It seems like Kaichi has not yet arrived. Are you alright? Where did you go? Don't worry, I'm unharmed. I went after the kidnapper, but he got away. You're taking 2 crazy actions. Why didn't you call me for help? Who else was going to protect Ikuya? Honk shoe. I'm surprised at her ability to sleep through all of this. That's so typical of her. I'll follow a report to the office tomorrow. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you both safe. Did you see the kidnapper's face? Yeah, but he isn't anyone from the village. A blonde tall man with green eyes. He wears a white t-shirt and a black sweater vest. The OG mumbles a time mark and nods slightly. Well, we're not dealing with... Never mind. Thank you, Leo-G. I think we should stay separated. The perpetrators know where I live now, so they might return. Perhaps Ikuya can stay at the office for a while. Give me that reason you should come too. I have a better idea. Call out for guards around my place to set a trap. Next time they will surely catch him. Yoji frowns and rubs his head. I hope you know what you're doing. With Chain out of commission, he has no enemies to keep him at bay. Yoji, you should head back to sleep. I'll watch over Ikuya. By the way, before you go to bed, make sure to keep the windows closed. Good night. The next day, I decide to check on Zeikun. I have no clue where Zeikun might be, but I think to check the temple first. There are guards at the entrance of the forest, but I avoid them by taking a different path. I hope he's okay. Oh! It's him! It's the guy! I find Zeikun in the corner, still in the same demonic form as last night. His clothes are torn from last night's battle with Chain, and I know his wet blood still seeping through the fabric. His injuries must not have healed yet. He senses my presence and looks at me with fierce, narrowed eyes, recoiling like a wounded beast. I freeze up at his glare, not daring to come closer. His expression softens when he rouses it to me. Oh, it's just you. Surprised at this form? I thought you were already aware of it. No, I wasn't sure. Are you scared now? I shake my head, unable to look away. His captivating presence renders me speechless. Also, look at how long his hair is. Look at how long that is. Look at how long it is. Thinking back on all the times I spent with him, I never imagined Zeikun would be like this. He matches my gaze, considering something. When I step closer, he suddenly raises an arm, a ball of light suddenly forming at his fingertips. He launches it at me without another word! Huh? What? I reflexively raise my arms to shield myself. However, the ball seems to hit something and burst into particles just before it would reach me. What happened? So I was right. What do you mean? You're one of those blessed souls. Oh, he's horns. He knows about this too. Blessed? I've been told my soul's cursed. He raises his eyebrow at my statement. Ha, cursed to say? It's only a curse to demons since you are immune to their spells. Wait, I'm confused. What do you... Why are you here anyway? He must have told you that I was dangerous. That night, Chain told me that Zeikun was a demon. I still don't believe he is the same demon from the legends. You saved me, and my friend too. He shoots another spell at me, but this time I do not budge. It vanishes into thin air once again. So now you're acting tough. However, your barrier doesn't work against physical attacks. Zeikun stands and walks towards me. I remain in my spot, lifting my chin to gaze defiantly at him as he approaches. Both his height and his appearance makes him intimidating, but I do not back off. He reaches for me, but stops short, meeting my gaze. Have you changed your opinion of me yet? Your injuries will get worse if you keep pushing yourself. Silence. Worry about yourself, idiot! Worry about yourself, too! Zeikun lets out a sigh and pulls away from me, mumbling in his usual tone. I hate being stared at when I'm in this form. I'm sorry, you just look so intriguing. You're not as terrified as I thought you'd be. I came to thank you for saving Ikuya. She's doing fine now. I knew you wouldn't hurt people. You both carry the same air about you. Do you mean she is cursed? I mean blessed too? There are different types of blessings, but I do not know what they are. Yours seems like a sort of shield. Most blessed ones can reflect spells but can't be possessed by demons or spirits. Ironically, this makes them even more attractive to some species. Basically, forbidden apples. This is why they should stay away and not get involved in dangerous affairs. He crosses his arms and gives me a serious expression. I feel like a child being lectured. A few moments pass in silence before he finally sighs and changes the topic. What are you going to do now that you know my identity? I'm going to spread the truth and change your reputation. If they know that you mean no harm, then the occultists will stop hunting for you. It's useless to try and change the mindset that has been the same for centuries. Even if they know the truth, there will always be a scapegoat. That's enough reason for them to hate me for all the misfortunes. It won't do much good either way. In the end, you'll be the one who gets hurt, so just give up. I'm not giving up. Do you really think that telling them the truth will solve everything? People believe that what they want me to believe. The fact remains that I'm a demon living in the forest. There is no use convincing those who won't listen. I'll make them listen? What do you even know about me? I feel my chest ache when he directs his words at me. That gives me more reason to understand you. Aren't you the hypocrite here? I keep giving you the benefit of the doubt, but you have a fixed view of me. For a moment, his expression softens. He looks at me as if he wants to say something to me, but quickly shakes his head. Don't trouble yourself over this. But I want to worry about this, which should show the villagers you're not a bloodthirsty killer demon. You know, one way to change her minds is to expel her doubts about you. Maybe if you work together with the investigators to catch the real culprits. I don't like them! Silence falls between us after Zeikun makes clear that he does not want to change his reputation nor accept help. His words make sense, of course. It is difficult to change how people think. Have I been doing the impossible all this time? No, there must be a way. After all, stories do not always stay the same after being passed down countless times. He sits down near Futon. I follow, taking a seat next to him. Being this close to him, I can see his wound clearly. The bloodstains on his clothes are so dark they almost look like ink. It's already been days. Why do you heal yourself? You did it to me once. It doesn't work on my own body. The bullets were enchanted, but I've already removed them. It just takes a long time to heal. He averts his gaze and turns his face away. I wonder if this is the first time he got hurt this badly. I imagine he hasn't been involved in intense conflict in a long time. Which means that he's been sitting in a corner trying to let it heal naturally for who knows how long. He must be so lonely. Is Zeikun aware of modern medicines like pills, antiseptics, and such? Or has he never bothered to look into it because he never tries to step into the village? How's that man doing? Oh, you mean in chain? He died due to severe blood loss from his injuries. Although he was already covered in wounds before he fought you. I didn't mean to. Never mind. I think he was under the misconception that you took Ikuya. Because of that, he wanted me dead. He's after supernatural beings, so perhaps he suspected you as the demon. Do you? Of course not. Zeikun looks at me and then shakes his head while hiding a smile. He lets out a deep sigh and lifts his chin to stare up at the ceiling. You're right, I'm not the demon they speak about in the missing stories. That would be my grandmother. The Meemos! Meemo mentioned! She grew greedy for power, leading other demons to turn against her. That's what caused all the bad rumors too. Eventually, she reaped what she sowed, balance found its way back, and all that was left was this forest. This place is my only memory of her, so I stay to protect it. With this collar, I am chained to this place. It was her last gift. It sounds more like a curse than a gift. She locked her freedom away. I was given a purpose to live. I don't care about the rest. When I was younger, I thought of leaving, but I gave up on the idea. Since these stories have been around a long time, doesn't mean you are as old as the forest. I'm just as old as I look! I could have lived centuries with that iron face. I pity you for being misjudged all the time. It's what I deserve for what my ancestor had done. My guy! What your grandmother did isn't even your fucking fault! Just because one person's a piece of shit doesn't mean their kids are. And especially for their grandkids. You are you. Their actions don't decide your fate. Exactly! Even if I change my past stays fixed. You people are so fixated on your history. Well, we try to understand history so we can avoid repeating mistakes. Well, I'll admit that it doesn't always work. People stick to what they believe. You finally understand what I'm getting at. Right now, I have nowhere else to go. I can only protect this forest. Zaykoon scratches his head. It takes some time to get used to, but this place isn't that bad. There are spirits living here, most of which can protect themselves from humans. Suddenly, small glowing balls of light materialize in the air and start dancing around me. Shaped like marshmallows, they have characters written on them. Girl and boy. If you can see them, they have decided to open up to you. Oh my, I can't believe the spirits look this cute. I watch them float in the air. They seem fun to play around with. I know Zaykoon watching me with an amused smile is the first time I've seen an expression like that. I can't help but blush. Most of them live in the forest, but there are a few wandering in the village as well. Some have harmful intentions though, so it's better not to trust any of them. Spirits and humans are not supposed to get along anyway. When they attack humans? My job is to protect them from others, not the other way around. Wow, this is a whole new world. A new fantastic point of view, yeah. I've always been scared of things I can't touch, but you showed me a different side of them. Heh. Anyway, I think I figured out why so many people are getting possessed. There should be a guardian in this village who keeps corrupted spirits in check, but he disappeared a while ago. I don't know what happened to him. I know numerous priests. The guardian I'm talking about is not human. He originally lived in this temple long before I got here. I wasn't really familiar with him, but I know that he purifies the spirits. If he had been here, I wouldn't be in this mess to begin with. Is the guardian a demon like him or something else? Kaichi is the only other supernatural being I know, and he's definitely not the guardian. We continue talking until night falls. Zaykoon shares more about himself, like how he wants to treat demons and villagers as equals, yet distances himself from the latter. And if he did engage with villagers, it was only to tell them off. That sounds familiar. He also said that he never met someone as persistent as I am, since I was the only one who stuck around despite his warnings. By the way, how did you get past the investigators at the entrance? I took a detour using off-limit roads! You really are asking for trouble. Well, the worst thing that can happen to me is getting lost, but I have a map. Your people must be slacking off for missing a trespassing little girl. In that case, it might be safe to head out. Where are you going? None of your concern! You might as well head home. Hold on. Okay, wait, fuck! I accidentally quit the fucking thing! God dang it! I have to open it up again! Dang it! Also, once I get the ending, I'm going to... Once I get another ending, I'm going to... get, you know... I think we just say I wait here. I'll try to make it quick, don't move from your spot. I remain in my place as he walks out of the temple. I have no idea where he's going, but I trust that he'll come back. To keep myself busy, I put the futon away and inspect the room. This place is so dusty. Well, not surprised. I need from a caveman! After a short while, I hear voices nearby. I thought it was just my imagination, but out of caution, I moved towards the entrance and strained my ears to listen. I haven't searched through this area yet. Man, this forest is so big, there's no end to our mission. What the? Is that a building? I hear the man shouting at his comrades to come. Huh? Our investigation continuing at night? What are they even doing in this area? Being here would just raise too many questions. I need to get out before they can find me. Somehow I managed to find a back door and escape into the forest. I need to warn Zekun not to return for now. Which direction did he go? How do I fight him now? Suddenly the puppet spirits pop up in front of me. Speaking of timing, they lead me to where Zekun is before heading back to the temple. Yay, helpful little spirits. I appreciate them. Just keep going straight, you won't miss him. Thank you very much. The further I walk, the more mist gathers my surroundings. For a moment, I hesitate to go on, but then I notice a hot spring ahead. Out of curiosity, I take a closer look and see someone there. Is that Zekun? He's butt-ass naked! My gaze is immediately locked on his body. Most of his wounds have already stopped bleeding, but I can't tear my eyes away from the large scars running across his back. And the sigil. In a way, he almost looks vulnerable. My cheeks grow hotter. Zekun notices my stare and calls out to me. Did you decide to join after all? No! Can I wash your hair instead? Since I owe you for saving me, I might as well repay a favor. He glances at me speechlessly, but then gestures to come. I approach him nervously, not knowing where to look at. I feel my heart beating faster, even though I offered I was not really prepared for this. I kneel by the edge of the spring as Zekun waits closer to me. Having never looked at him up close, I did not realize how handsome he is. I wonder if it's really okay for me to approach him like this. I reach out and take his hair in my hand. I use my fingers to comb through it, occasionally scooping water to rinse it. When I accidentally touch his skin, he moves away. Sorry, does it hurt? No, I just don't like being approached from behind. As you can tell from the scars, it never ends well. There are wounds that can't fully heal. After all, I am not immortal. Most were left by demons. Others, humans. Zekun averts his gaze and comes back to me. I gently pat his head in an attempt to comfort him. I watch him loosen up. I'm glad he's more relaxed now. When I comb his hair away from the right shoulder, my fingers accidentally brush over his scars. This time he stays put. I thought no human ever caught sight of you. What happened to them? I don't think any of them took me for the demon. I had no choice other than to drive them away. I may have even injured some of them. Do you hate me for it? Nope. My grandma used to make sure humans didn't survive when they stumbled into the forest. I'm still not convinced. In my realm, death is common, but I thought humans put more value to life. Why do you keep walking down this path? Well, you can't judge the ones who do. They always have a reason. If you're trying to chase me away, you can stop. You know, my impression of you hasn't changed since we first met. You saved me time and time again, even though you weren't fond of me. Your heart is good. I knew from those moments that you weren't the bloodthirsty demon everyone talks about. He remains quiet while I continue to rinse his hair. He doesn't really show it, but I think he does care about what the villagers think. If only they knew about his true nature. For that reason, I avoid people. I feel more comfortable being near the forest anyway, and I can keep a close eye on the spirits. I just want to live in peace and stay out of the affairs going on out there. If they would only leave me alone. His last words become a whisper. I can't see his expression, but his voice sounds sad. I wonder if that's what he really wants. If he really didn't care about his reputation, he would not bring all of this up. I trace his scars with my fingers. They do not look like simple stab wounds. He must have let his guard down and have taken such clear hits. Also, my thoughts, I almost don't hear Zaykun's next words. Thank you. The corners of my mouth curl up at hearing this. If you will excuse me, I am going out. Right. I turn away as he steps out. After he gets dressed, I notice that all of his visible wounds have healed. I stare at his long hair and offer to braid it. I stand behind him when he sits on a rock. My fingers come through the fine strands. I wonder if all demons have such beautiful features. When it's full moon, this place turns into a healing spring. If you bathe together with the demon or another powerful species, it will heal even humans from minor injuries. It's too bad I missed such a golden opportunity! Next time, maybe. That night, Zaykun brings me home, saying that the streets were dangerous and that he wanted to assure my safety. Thank you for visiting me today. Oh my, it's the first time you thanked me so openly. I'm speechless. Although you shouldn't come too often. With that many people investigating the forest, you might get caught. Stay home. I'll visit you instead if necessary. Speaking of that, I divided on his words. Didn't I just hear that right? Most spirits are active at night, so don't do stupid things. Like that night you ran into the forest. I can't help it if evil things like those possessed people are attracted to me. If you need my help, just call me by sending these spirits. Aw, the little guys. He opens his clenched fist to reveal the two spirits from before, hovering over it. They float towards me before disappearing into thin air. They are invisible, but they will be guarding you. I can't believe you're doing fuck. I can't believe you're doing this much for me. Thank you, Zaykun. It's nothing. By the way, don't return to the temple immediately. I heard some investigators exploring there earlier. I'll keep that in mind. He turns away and dashes off into the dark streets. The weekend passes by peacefully. I rush to school with one thing on my mind. Kaichi, once I find you, I will. I assume the chances of bumping into him again are small. He must be aware that I'm not in a good mood. I make my way to the elite class area anyway in hopes of getting a hint on how to find him. On the way, I accidentally bump into a girl headed in the same direction. Judging from her unusual uniform, she must be an elite student. I've never seen this person before, but she looks cute. I apologize quickly and continue to run. I notice the teacher going for a lunch break. As if luck is at my side, I find Kaichi sitting in the classroom surrounded by a few other students and no teacher. Hey, you're not been admitted to be here. Drag him out! Grabbing his arm, I pull him up and drag him out with me forcefully. Hey, where are we going? We can't make a scene in front of these people. You sure got guts to show up at school after what happened last week. I'm an honor student. Unlike those slackers I always attend, Don't think I'll easily forgive you for trying to hurt my friend twice. I pinned him against the wall and looked down at him with a devilish expression. What should I do with 9 little boys? What? Aware that he is defenseless, he can only force an innocent smile. Beating up a student won't improve your reputation. I've knocked out a few first years before. What do I have to lose anyway? Ugh, we're at school. I'm aware of that, but I saw your teacher going for his lunch break. He won't be back for a while. What might be better? I can report you right to the police. There were more witnesses that day. I have a piece of information that might be interesting to you. Shall we make a truce? His eyes look directly at me. I can tell that's not a lie. He sighs in relief after I loosen my grip. Crossing my arms, I patiently wait for what he has to say. Alright, you know, people keep going missing the past days. I was at your place on Friday, and everything that happened that night was not my doing. What happened on Friday? I feel like I'm missing something. As if I'm going to listen to you. That forest demon was there. It would have been troublesome if he saw me. I believe he is referring to Zaykoon. Does that mean Zaykoon was watching us that night, even when he was wounded? I stare at him for a while. He does not break into a sweat. He must be telling the truth. Kaichi lowers his voice. Someone or something is taking people's souls, and the bodies left behind become living corpses. In other words, they turn into zombies. How is that even possible? There must be a way to put the soul back, right? Don't look at me, I'm not a necromancer! Even if the soul is returned when the heart is in no condition to beat again, it will remain dead. Dang, how are you supposed to catch such a twisted person? By the way, how many souls have you collected, and how many do you have left to collect? I only took 2 souls, and I still have to get the souls of you and your friend. Many were taken and turned into evil spirits. Once the souls are corrupted, it becomes harder for me to take them. Can't you trade them back? I have only one job, which is collecting cursed souls. I don't have powers for anything else. That means there's a third party involved. You refer to those souls as cursed. Why? You haven't told me how cursed souls differ from normal ones. Because it is something you should have. It goes against order. Demons are attracted to you. Only a Shinigami can purify your soul so you can live normally in your next life. Most of the cursed ones would willingly give up their current life because they couldn't tolerate demons that bothered them. There are some advantages to having this curse, like the inability of getting possessed, but I can't think of why anyone would want to stay cursed. I think it's more of a blessing rather than a curse, not being tainted. So far, you're the only supernatural being that's attracted to me. Kaichi rolls his eyes and lets out a sigh. Anyway, just know that there are no more deaths. There are more deaths than I have taken lives. It really wasn't your doing? That was what I've been saying the whole time. Why would I take an extra 100 souls for no reason? Even though you are still guilty, I won't let you get Yukiya and me. As if I'm going to listen to you! With a disapproving expression, I pinch his cheeks. Struggling in my grip, he tries to escape, but his efforts are useless. I will spill your identity if you don't stop the kidnapping. Like anyone would believe you. You never know what people will believe. I finally let him go and glare at him once again. He rubs his cheeks and turns away. You will regret this? I'll leave the area and head to my own classroom. Today we are getting our exam results back. There is nothing to worry about. I know I'll pass like I always do. Skelly, how much did you score? A decent 94% mark. I knew studying would help. Moji looks away, flustered. I grab his scores and take a look. 72% isn't bad though. So where's your maid costume? I should have an advantage. You must have cheated. I studied hard for this. Besides, you agreed to our bet. I take out a plastic bag from my backpack and hand it to Ryoji. He looks confused at first, but then takes it. He gulps and admits his loss. I can't wait to see him walking through school with that outfit. Ryoji leaves to change. Yukiya taps my shoulder and whispers, What were you two exchanging? I had a bet with the OG about who'd score the highest. The stake is wearing a maid costume at school. Oh my goodness, that's a sweet reward. While we are chatting, the door to the classroom slowly slides open. I nudge him to come closer so we can all have a better look. You look better in this than I thought. I'm glad I guessed you're the right size. Where did you even buy this? Ikuya, stop touching there. I'm trying to smooth out the pantyhose. At least wear it correctly. You look so fabulous. Now act like a maid. That wasn't part of the deal. At least have fun with this once in a lifetime chance. Yoji lets out a deep sigh and bows before me. We have a lot of laughs and giggles before class starts. I explained to Mr. Blanchett about the outfit and he allowed it as a one-time exception for breaking the dress code. Classes pass by quickly and it occurs to me that it's almost the holidays. I'm not really looking forward to them. My friends are going on trips, so I won't be able to see them as often. I do my best to pay attention during math, but my focus shifts to two classmates whispering to each other. I start exorcist training this week. It's going to be so awesome. I'm going to expel evil spirits and maybe even the forest demon. After we drive them away, the disappearances will finally stop and we can live in peace. It sounds like a waste of time. I'm serious, the demon is the cause of this chaos. There will be a ceremony at the shrine on Saturday. You should join me. Together we will expel the demon. It's too unrealistic for students to do. Exorcisms are not in my league anyway. Even if you're not going to join as a trainee, you can come and watch me. You'll experience something awesome. Normally people won't get this chance. You're lucky we're her friends. Fine. I have nothing on my schedule anyway. This is bad. Zaken hasn't done anything wrong yet. Everyone thinks he's evil. I have to tell him about what they are planning. A few days later. I have not seen Kaichi since that day. I expected him to come after me again, but it seems like he's behaving himself since my warning. Ukiya has also been looking fine and attending classes regularly. Seikun has been on my mind for the past few days. I keep worrying if he was discovered or something happened to him. I tried to visit the forest, but there are too many investigators on standby, making it impossible to find an opening to slip through. After class, I head to the library to borrow a few books with Ikuya and Yoji. While I'm here, I decide to research more about the demon. It's not surprising that the library has many books about it. I take every book related to temples. Night of the Temple, a comedy horror series about a regular priest whose life changes forever after he accidentally finds a stone deity statue walking around when the moon rises. There are even fictional stories about it. Not exactly what I'm looking for, but I was unaware how popular the theme is. Hey, Skelly, did I tell you that they already caught one of the murderers? What, really? Traces led us to the abandoned mansion where he found him dead. We initially assumed that it was a suicide, but there were signs of a struggle, so he was probably killed. We have yet to identify him, but he is of our age. A student was responsible for all the cruel killings. Was there anything odd about him? What did you mean? Well, I was kidnapped. Maybe it's the same person. Have your memories returned, Ikuya? I've been doing my best to remember what happened. I think he's strong enough to do it. Though I'm sure the real culprit is still out there somewhere. I think Skelly's right. The killer we found was acting individually. It's obvious when you look at the killing methods. What will the cops do if the culprit, I don't know, happens to be supernatural? I don't know. It has never happened. Besides, are there even supernaturals in this village? Yes! Yes! How are you two so sure? Especially you. Tell me what the skeptic has experienced. What I'm about to tell you may sound ridiculous, but I'm giving it a try anyway. I was kidnapped by a Shinigami and a demon came to my rescue. He also saved me multiple times when I was on the verge of death. There are many rumors going on about him, but barely any of them are true. Him? Are you sure he was a demon? The real forest demon was sealed away. He is just a relative of hers. I saw it with my own eyes when he transformed into a demon. A lot of blame is being put on him even though he has nothing to do with it. Are you referring to the crimson-haired man who saved me? Yes! The current forest demon is him. Well, I knew there was something mysterious about him. Never thought he was hiding this. After what you told us, it makes sense now. I feel bad for what he is going through. Rumors are one thing, but the people who keep him going are something else. You're right, Ikuya. But again, it's Ryoji who seems to be deep in thought. Would you believe us? He is the only one who has not experienced anything strange so far. Alright, I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt. I mean, Ikuya trusts this demon when she was so scared of him in the beginning. Anyway, it seems the remaining murderer is hiding behind the forest demon rumors and feeding off the attention. The fact of the matter is that the murders are still ongoing, and we haven't even identified all the perpetrators yet. I'm in with you on this. I'm embarrassed to say that the cops haven't been able to make much progress. They have been working hard, yet the number of victims continues to increase. At some point, they even questioned if there was a mole in the team slowing down the investigation, and they had to keep track of each investigator. It was not the case, obviously. But Ryoji, the team did make progress. If it weren't for the private guards, I think more victims would fall. I understand your frustration, but please don't blame yourself. Ikuya swings an arm around Ryoji's shoulder and gives him a reassuring smile. Ryoji nods slowly in response and rubs his neck. I know he's been working very hard to solve the cases as well. You should have at least a few leads after all the investigating you've been doing. Well, I asked Ikuya to help with reporting suspicious people. I think you should tell Skelly since you experienced it firsthand. I saw someone walking on a wall, like he justified gravity and walked straight up like it was nothing! Spooderman. Are you sure you didn't just dream it? It was early evening and I was on my way home when I saw it. I think the person was chasing someone. It sort of makes this situation even more creepy. Walking on walls can definitely help hide your tracks. Even so, we haven't found any clues on the walls of at the crime scenes, and so it probably isn't related. I'll keep it in mind though for now. By the way, are you still looking into new residents? We only have a few left to check up on, but they are still on the list of suspects. Good, if it happens to be none of them, that is one less possibility. We continue bouncing theories until the sky grows dark. I want to do more research, so I stay a bit longer while Ikuya and Ryoji head home. There is a whole archive with information about the forest demon. Curious, I browsed through it. One of the oldest records mentions a female voice. It would give people advice on how to solve their problems using dark energy. It was not reported what these people ended up doing. My grandmother was such a pain! It's him! It's the guy! It's the guy! A sudden voice startled me and I dropped the documents. Papers scattered on the floor. I turned to see Zay-kun behind a bookshelf. He looks in my direction with his arms crossed. His presence surprises me. The library is the last place I'd expect to encounter him. Doing research about the demon, I can simply tell you about her. I nod and scramble to the floor to pick up the papers. He moves out of the shadows and extends his hands, using streams of light to collect all the papers I dropped. With that kind of method, he does not need to bend down at all. Once he hands the piles to me, we both take a seat at a nearby table with him opposite me. I'm still dazed at his appearance. I quickly check my surroundings and notice that no one else is around. Zay-kun is focused on me. He leans on his arm and seems to be waiting for me to say something. Hi Zay-kun, I didn't know you were familiar with this place. Here's my first time here. I heard that people collect and share information in a place called a library. I was curious about what humans are interested in, only to find a bunch of lies. While not everything is true, is a true account of history, we have many fictional stories here. I know that much. What I'm talking about is the historical section. How can you be sure of its authenticity? There's nothing else we can rely on. It's not like we were at the event. So stupid that you would believe everything. What should I believe then? I feel like he takes me for someone stupid, but I did not know what else to say other than my honest opinion. I crossed my arms, feeling insecure that he is looking down on me. Silence falls between us. After a moment, he turns to me. His expression softens as he starts speaking. The forest has been guarded by my bloodline for generations. I keep the memories of my ancestors. It's a passing ritual. Obviously, I don't remember everything, and what is forgotten can't be passed on. The previous successor, my grandmother, is the reason things went wrong. But I don't blame her. She went mad because she was driven into a quarter, and that caused the rumors to form and spread. What about your parents? Did the Guardian skip a generation? My father was supposed to be her successor, but he accidentally got caught up in some sort of summoning ritual. The humans feared his appearance and killed him right after. My mother was there too, but she was unable to help my father. She received all the blame after my grandmother found out what happened to her son. This is how I lost both my parents. Wait, did your grandmother kill her own daughter-in-law? Are you feeling sorry for me? Mourning over the deaths won't bring them back. I can only treasure the memories I had with them. The best I can do is remember. I rest my arms on the table and gaze down. I will never forgive my grandmother for causing another loss, but she was all I had. Little Zakun stares at the back of the woman in bloody clothes, the one he addresses as his grandmother. The grassy field is drenched in a dark liquid. There is a body lying at grandmother's feet. Ah, it's you, Zakun. Ma? She has gone to sleep. Let her rest for a while. Why is she sleeping out in the open? Don't worry about it, Zay. It's best to leave her alone for a while. I'm not oblivious, Grandma. Save your innocent talk for someone else. As their son, I have the right to know why you did this. Leave? No. I said leave. Leave now. Once little Zakun turns his back, the woman approaches him with an ominous expression. She raises her arm at the child. Knowing she is up to something, Zakun turns around. Just then, the woman wraps her arms around him. Your mother betrayed my son. I had to do this. Forgive me for what I've done. Zay, you're still so young. I'm sorry, so sorry. The only child I ever had was taken away from me. I can't. The woman holds little Zakun tightly in her arms while she starts crying. Between her sobs, she tries to speak. You're the only relative I have left. I will take care of you and raise you like my own son. I wanted to pass the duty as forest guardian to someone in my bloodline, but... Grandmother clutches the child so hard her nails dig into his shoulders. Little Zakun keeps himself still, and it started bleeding. Seeing his grandmother like this, he places his hand on top of hers. It will be alright, Grandma. I am stunned after Zakun shares the memory. I can barely comprehend how he must have felt during the moment. Zakun. It happened a long time ago, and at that time I didn't understand what was going on, but I have a different opinion now. The incident, is that how your grandmother changed her view on humans? Not really. Why else would she kill my mother first before going straight for the villagers? She wasn't pleased by the incident, of course, but she left them alone for the most part. However, other demons started to appear in the village. They killed and ate a ton of spirits living in the forest. Grandmother couldn't deal with them all by herself, so she asked the villagers for help. She reluctantly passed blessings onto them, granting powers. They helped, but then turned against her a while after. Meanwhile, other demons influenced the villagers. She wasn't the only one using this card. She had to deal with both demons and the villagers, so being alone, she sought for power. In the end, was sealed away and died still holding onto her beliefs. I'm speechless after listening to the story. The puzzle is slowly coming together in my head. However, since this is Zaykun's retelling of events, some pieces are missing. Hey Zaykun, thank you for telling me this. It's the past, no one is bothered by it anymore, but it left marks that continue to this day. Your grandmother's mistake of trusting wrong people may have influenced you, but you chose your own path. I'm not in the place to say considering how people treated you, but I hope you will see a different light. Zaykun shifts his gaze to me at my last words. He seems to be thinking, but finally snorts and stays in silence. Shortly after the library closes, Zaykun walks me home. It appears he is going in the same direction too. I give him a grateful smile before parting ways. A few days pass by eventually. I go to class as usual, but I cannot get Zaykun's story out of my head. On my way back from the canteen, I can hear a conversation between my teacher and a woman. How are your students? They have been doing well. I warned them like you told me to. Such events never happened in this village before. How dangerous is this person? I cannot reveal too much about our investigations as it may cause misinformation to spread. But I will say is the mystery around the disappearances of deaths is more complex than it seems. There may not be only one person involved. This must sound ridiculous, but we're thinking of taking those rumors about the forest demon in consideration. We believe that the killer is hiding behind the demon's name, so understanding the rumors might give us clues to their patterns. If you have anything to contribute, we gladly want to hear it. I'll be glad to help. Thinking about it, I don't know much about the negative rumors around the demon. If I recall the contents of my textbook a while ago, the dark truth is never mentioned in it. My curiosity has piqued once again. I make a quick stop at the library to borrow some books about the subject and then head straight home. I try to keep my thoughts together as I browse through the books. Zaykun told me about his grandmother, but very little about everything else. Even though the stories are not about him specifically, I want to know what rumors he's been dealing with. Many locals believe that it was the result of a curse brought about to the village and sought for priests to drive the demon away. Their efforts were futile and all hope seemed to be lost. One day, several blessed individuals appeared. They managed to seal the demon away forever. It makes sense that blessed people are able to fight against the demon. Our blessings pass through generations. My ancestors sealed Zaykun's grandmother away. In the legend, the demon cursed a few villagers. That is true. This curse is passed from generation to generation, and now I'm collecting the currently cursed souls before the cycle can continue. However, not everyone is at ease. Some believed it was not the only demon that lived in the forest. Others thought the curse still lingered. No one has seen anything of the forest of late. Biologists and priests have proven the forest is safe, but fear still lies in people's hearts. Right now, their fear is being directed towards Zaykun, even though he has nothing to do with his grandmother's past. He doesn't even want to be involved, but is forced to. Is it really hopeless to convince the villagers that the current forest demon is not dangerous? Suddenly, I hear a noise come close by. My guess might be off, but it sounds like it came from the roof. I ignore it, but then I hear the same thing again. What could be making such a noise at this hour? Unable to help my curiosity, I go to the next room and cautiously open the door to the balcony. I look up to check, and to my surprise, I see Zaykun sitting on the roof! The marshmallow puppets randomly appear and float towards Zaykun. They seem to have missed him. Hello, Upon noticing me, he glances down. Don't mind me, just go ahead and sleep! I can't now that I know that you're on my roof! There are too many investigators in the forest. I can't rest easy with them crowding around the temple. This is the only place I can think of. Your neighbor is pretty quiet too. I'm only going to stay for a short while. You could have asked me and I would have let you in! He doesn't reply as he stares at the sky. I follow his gaze and take in a breath. The sky looks beautiful at sunset. I wish I could sit next to him so we could watch it together. As if he hears my thought, he suddenly stands up and comes over to me. He reaches out his hand and helps me climb up. Oh, they're watching the sky together. He guides me to where he was before, and we sit next to each other. Thank you. We watch the sky quietly. His quick, familiar movement tells me that this isn't the first time he sat there. It never occurred to me to look up at the roof every time I get home. I remember what Kaichi said about not taking Ikuya because someone was here. I realized that why he has not returned yet. It must be because of Zeikun. He may not admit it, but I'm thankful he is guarding me. So he really kept his word when he said he would visit me. You don't like the village yet you still came here. Yeah, I know, it's been a while since I wandered around. It feels different from the last time I stayed. Last time there were priests in every corner of the village. There are less now, but residences are still protected by demon warding spells. I guess things haven't changed at all. Did you really give up on clearing your name? Zeikun squeezes his eyes closed and takes a deep breath. I thought I was being annoyed saying the same things again, but he turns to look at me and speaks in a soft voice. If only it were that simple. I did try to convince them before. I even spent some time around the village in disguise. In the beginning, I was curious what stories were going around, but at some point I realized I was better off not knowing. I even tried fighting rumors off with other rumors, but nothing worked. Just, not everyone is as accepting as you. His words struck a chord in my chest. I did not know how to reply to him. In some ways, it feels sad. How many generations will it take for things to change? I wish not to be involved, but this is not something I can decide. Even if I try, it always backfires on me. Like the man with the guns. We never met before, but he knew who I was instantly. Chain might not be the best person to represent the rest of the village. Zeikun must have been left with a bad impression after that incident. Maybe I should introduce him to Ikuya. She is grateful after he saved her from Kaichi. You shouldn't give up yet. There are villagers that aren't bothered with your presence. Also, my friend is thankful for what you've done. She won't forget that. Suddenly, I feel his hand touching my head. He gently strokes it before speaking in a gentle tone. I can handle this. You should worry more about the kidnappers in the village. Perhaps you should stay with the police for a while. Even corrupted spirits stay away from a place that many people stay guarded. I'm already planning to stay at Ryoji's place. It doesn't take long before night falls. The colorful sky gets replaced by dark hues and shiny stars. It's been a while since I went stargazing. It's such a simple yet breathtaking experience. I've been so preoccupied with myself and other people that I forgot to appreciate the finer things in life. Sitting here with Zeikun feels so comfortable that I start to feel sleepy. A yawn skips my mouth and Zeikun notices. You should go to sleep. No thanks. It's still early. I want to stay a bit longer with you. He closes his eyes with a soft smile on his face. I note that he has been smiling a lot more recently. A lot more often lately. I never know what to do whenever I see him like that. You've been going to many places these few days. You seem tired. Go to sleep. You need the rest. I won't go anywhere. He keeps insisting, so I finally give in. After he helps me get down, I go back to my room. Okay, my throat is getting pretty damn sore, and it's been nearly 6 hours, so I'm going to end stream. I will eventually make next week's schedule. So, yeah. I am going to end stream now. I will be back on Monday at 1 p.m. EST. I will post my schedule for next week soon. Hopefully sometime this weekend. But yeah, my throat is probably going to be sore tomorrow after all the talking I've done. So yeah. And I'm probably also going to do some work on both of my models before I, go live next week at all. But also, there's like 13 days until the convention I have to work at happens. And that means I'll only be able to go live during the week after next week on the 28th, 29th, and the 30th. And even then, on the 30th, I have to do some packing. And because I'm going to be there all 3 days of the convention. And I won't be able to work on my model at all since I'm going to be staying at a hotel for the convention. Since the convention center is like an hour away from where I live. That, and given my unreliable means of transportation, being that it's just my mom and dad who are able to like drive me to places. I have to stay at a hotel. I just hope that this time, hopefully, next time, probably like, hopefully next year. Hopefully, I can try and get my license to drive and possibly get a car so that I won't be like as limited in places that I can go. I mean, one of my friends already has hers. She even has her own car. And I mostly know this because she drove me to a convention that we both go to every year. But yeah, I'm probably going to try and overcome my nervousness around possibly learning how to drive. Hopefully before next year comes around, like next year's October or November. I'll try to learn how to drive and, get my license and all that. And I'm probably going to try and advertise my commissions a little more so that I can have extra funds, because I know I can't monetize myself on Twitch yet, as I'm not an affiliate. So the best place to financially support me or like purchase commissions from me is on Ko-fi. And I am probably going to try and set up VGen as well. But I do need to upload some like example stuff, beforehand. So, yeah. Also, before I go to the ending screen, I am no longer going to be posting any drawings or cat pictures on Twitter. Elon Musk recently, he made an announcement or something. It was just like Twitter itself, that that starting on November 15th, you can no longer opt out of having her images and data scraped for use in AI generators that Twitter has. And because of that, I don't feel really comfortable posting any art on there. In fact, I pretty much deleted all of my art from Twitter already. And because of that, I like to mention that I'm going to be moving all of my art to Blue Sky. I've been posting in there as well, oh, like my schedules and my going live announcements and stuff. And luckily, Blue Sky now has an app that y'all can download. My username on there is Skelly Ace. So, yeah. I'll start posting my art on there eventually. In fact, however, last night while I was scrolling through Twitter, someone made like a border thingy so that to say like uncropped version on Blue Sky for whenever you post art to Twitter. Which, if I ever post any of my art on Twitter, I'm probably going to use like some sort of like border or like crop like that. You know. But yeah. I'll be here next week on Monday. So, yeah. I'll be seeing y'all on Monday. Bye, y'all!